I'm awake. I'm awake now. Hi, Wander. Hi, Jake, and hi, Rosetta. Man, I said so confidently in my Discord, I'm like, damn, I'm gonna be on time. Yippee, yippee, yippee. And then I hit my bed and I went to sleep for till 8:30. We working hard? Good. 4x the work. 4x the work. Double it, give it to Rosetta, and then also clone it and give it also to Wander. But hi, everyone. We working hard? Exactly. As you should be. As you should be. We're gonna play Steins Gate. It's gonna be so fun and cool and fun, and nothing's gonna be sad ever in this game, ever. It's gonna be so chill this time. Did anything bad happen last time? No, right? No, right? Nothing bad happened, right? Kind of forgetting. What did we even do last time? Last time wasn't the war. Oh, we met Dr. Leskin. Who's back in... Oh, wait. No, I remember. They visited Kurisu's death place. They did do that. But also, Maho stumbled on their dirty little secret. And it turns out Dr. Leskin and another doctor want to extract some information about time travel from Okabe. And they thought using Amadeus would be able to do so. Which, uh-oh. Oh yeah, I looked up his name and apparently he's Finnish. Oh, it's Sojover. It might be a little Jover. He doesn't know. Maho does know because she stumbled in on it, but also they discovered her stumbling in on it. So we don't actually know what happened to her. we don't know what happened to her. She might be deceased. What up, Eggy? He's snapping? He's snapping it? He's snapping it? What up, Eggy? How ya doing? How's the retirement home? Huh? Snap? It's the new emote. I'm skadooshing it? Heyo. How about you share? You'll get that meme in like 5 hours. Alrighty, I'll see you in 5 hours. You'll see my response in 5 hours too. Hey, take him out of retirement? He is actually being taken out of retirement on Sunday. No! Not like this. Hey, this time I didn't do anything. This time it was all Estelle. We're gonna play Repo on Estelle's stream on Sunday. Well, my Sunday. That's in the morning. I can play from my comfy chair. Where do you play from at night? The plastic chair in the basement? Why is he saying it like the morning and night changes his chair? What up, Mari on YouTube? The Pinar chamber? That would be where you're playing from at night, huh? Alright. Let me start the game. Bossing song, by the way. This is Atlantis. Every sad TikTok mix is with this song. Or lovely. What is that one? I've never seen the monkey one. Yeah, and what? And nothing. Mods, bring back his Pinar and explode it again. Oh, you don't have it, Wander. Oh, is it a sub one? What? You heard me. Do I have it? No. Why do you have it? Huh. Strange. Strange. Huh. Is it a sub, like a hype train one? No, because it doesn't say it. Oh well. Get this out of here. I got this, though. Where do you check again? It wouldn't be in global emotes, would it? Is it in global? It just says unlock. Huh? I thought I got one recently. Did I not? I swear I've participated in a hype train recently. Bop, bop, L, that one, that one. I don't have those. What the heck? Weird. Weird. He's weird. That's weird. I don't see them in chat, but I see them in your chat. What? Wait, like you don't see them when you type them, but like you see them on the screen? Oh god, I haven't opened the Twitch native menu in centuries. This looks insane. Is this what crazy people look at? Oh. Oh, the unlocked section. I see it now. It wasn't on the 7TV version, but it's on this one. Huh. I have a bag of beams. Oh, there's a hype train section. I see. Yeah, I just have this. And I can see them on your stream chat too. Huh. Weird. Beans memes. They're a bag of memes. They're a bag of memes. Oh. They're just some memes. Mind Manner. I have that one too. Oh, memes. Yeah, memes. Wow, guys, the game. Why are you staring? Why do you want beans? I heard beans too. Y'all are sick. Y'all need some beans. Y'all are just hungry. That's what this is about. Beans are just better, you know? Mods! Guard, stuff him full of beans. But make them mediocre and not good beans. All right. Yeah, so we left off with all that stuff. Anyways. Yeah, it was, Leskin and evil and bad. Amadeus is maybe extracting information from us. Maho might be dead. They started taking in the people who had that, who have like a version of reading Steiner. They started taking in those people, and that's where we are, I think. Also, let me know if the audio's too quiet, because I did just turn it down, but maybe it needs to go louder. I don't know. Oh yeah, and I posted a YouTube short last night. It was of Repo. Good old Repo. I don't think that was the best time to post a short. W short I saw on TikTok. Thank you, Eggy. I didn't know what color to make you and Kaiser, because you both use purple, but you also use blue, so I just use the blue. Because I normally use purple for you. There was just so much text in one place. I'm like, where do I put this? Where do I put this? You're not algorithm maxing? I mean, it's doing alright, surprisingly. For posting it at 4:20 a.m., it's doing alright. It started a little slow, but it's at 472 views on YouTube. That's doing alright. What? I mean, the TikTok version's also doing... I feel like my TikTok's not algorithm maxed for sure. I don't even know how to algorithm max on TikTok. But you know, it's close. There's no way, by the way, you're addicted to the snapping emote now that you've learned of it. I forgot about its existence after I used it once. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain. And then the visit was over. Nuh-uh. Yeah, Wonder, let's do a track. You gotta... If you want more TikTok views, you're so right. You know what? Let me boot up OnlyFans. And I'm gonna post exclusively pictures of eggs and videos of me smashing eggs into a wall. Huh? Yeah. It'll be great. It'll be great. Holy balls. There's no way. He's sick. I wonder, do people do meme OnlyFans? Like ones where it's not, you know, the hee hee hoo hoo, but it's like, watch me break this egg. I'm sure they do. I wonder how well they do. Just like Dr. Leskinen had said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Maybe that's more of a Patreon. Ah, that's fair. That could be a Patreon thing. I've heard Sims mods for Patreons go crazy. What? So if you make a mod for The Sims, right? And you lock it behind a Patreon subscription, those tend to go pretty crazy. There's also Fansly. Do people do memes on Fansly too? I feel like, probably someone, but I don't know if they're successful. Oh, wow. Yeah. People want the mods. If you find a way to depixelate The Sims, you win. I'm on Cameo now. You gotta pay to get me in a collab now. I'm paying you in freedom points. You should be happy with that. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. There's no way he's pairing them. I couldn't come to an answer right away. I got some 7TV emotes. Hit me. Not physically, but with them. Don't do that. Do that. You got the plus and minus friendship for Sims? You're cooking. You're so cooking. Oh, did you get this from? I see where you got this from. I see which channel you got this from specifically. Hit him! No. What are these? I saw them before. I've used them to react to your messages before, Eggy. They're the Sims plus friendship and the Sims minus friendship. Hi, Chef. How you doing today? Oh, yeah. How you doing, Chef? I'm good. Let's go. Glad you're doing good. W doing good. I've never actually played The Sims. Me either. Well, actually, no. I played the one mobile one.
These hands of mine have been dirtied for a long time now. You coming to face me now doesn't faze me at all. Hell, I welcome it even.
It's been half a year. Wait,
wow,
hold on a second.
half a year.
It's been half a year? What the heck? When did that happen? Thank you, Chef, for the 6-month resub. Holy crap. I didn't even realize it's been half a year. But I don't even know. Yeah, I have no idea. Holy crap. What the heck? Oh, interesting. Man, time just flies. Some people hit their are nearing their 4-year mark on like sub, and I'm like, how? Mobile? Yeah, the mobile one. That's not that good, but it's like, it's kind of there. It was kind of a doo-doo mobile one, and I got stuck on engagement and never reached woohoo, and then I quit. And then I quit the game. But I played for like 2 days. No, 1 day actually. I guess time's fun when you're having flies or however that goes. Yeah, no, that's the one. Hope you enjoy your flies. But 6 months is crazy. Also, belated happy birthday, by the way. Okay, good. I got it right. Yeah. Enjoy your flies. Very nutritious. Exactly. I forgot. It's been a long time since I've played it. I've only seen people play Sims. Oh, you've only seen people? Yeah, honestly, same. Like, the mobile one, I barely count, honestly, and I played it for a day, but I've never played The Sims. I think I got it for free because of, like, Epic or something. But I've never touched The Sims, you know? But yeah, I have watched people play it. Thank you, yeah! No worries. All right. Thank you so much again. All right. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. Being solo repo runs, so I got it. No worries. Good luck with your runs. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside, screaming. Oh, come on! How does this stupid thing work? She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the console controls. What are you doing? Michael, let me out, Michael! There's no way. No, she's trying to stay in. Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha. I'm not... This isn't what it looks like. Answer me. But... Yeah, so far, all we know about this character is she went missing. And then Suzuha, being the responsible adult she is, left her. Me when they take me out of the padded rooms. There's no way. Nah, me when they take me out and won't let me back in. But I woke up and you were gone and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on and it's so cramped and scary in here. Never mind, she was trying to leave. So I tried to open the door. That's what I'm saying. Lock in. That room was the best bounce house ever. And then when I was fiddling with it, this happened. Kagari started to cry. Actually, lock me. Are you? Nah, you're right. Me too. I'm sorry, big sis Suzuha. I'm sorry, but I was really scared. I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered. Forgot she was that. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in a dark... Wait. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. You passed out from the shock of time travel, so I wanted to let you get some rest. I'm sorry. Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine. Wow, it's so hot. Kagari, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay? Okay. I'm going to get started. You go and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Are we? I feel like we're not halfway through this game yet. It might just be what I'm thinking, you know? Thank you for the Koopa dies, chef. I love that one. I love it. It's just the facial reaction that gets me on that one, because he's like, no! What have I done? I love that bit. It's so good. Thank you, chef. I appreciate it. No, Steve. What have I done? I just had to bust a move. There's no... Wait, now you do just have a built-in classic, Eggy. That's sick of you. Wonder? Oh, the second one. The second one didn't load in until later. I'm like, huh. OMG. That's so... Wait, that's so right. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's messed up, Eggy. Give me one, too. Actually, I have one. Easy. Eggy's smoking, Eggy's smoking, Eggy's smoking, Eggy's smoking. Get him, get him, get him. Legally required to bust him. Exactly, it's the bop. This emote is like 240p. It is tiny. And then when you go to zoom in on it, it's also... I mean, I'm assuming it's pixel art, right? Surely they didn't export it in like low quality. I'm just assuming, or in like a very small resolution. I'm sure it's just pixel art, right? Suzuha handed Kagari the provision she'd brought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she'd brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000 cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru had made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen. What are you doing? Kagari was looking in from outside the machine. Did you study the year 2000 problem? I studied it a little at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right? That's what everybody thinks. This is gonna be so lame in 2036 when we don't have time travel. Nah, it's gonna be so lame. That's crazy. Wander's crazy. Because time travel led to so many wars in this world. Me in 2036 was my flying car. Me hacking Eggy's flying car and sending him to space. The betas will be cringing at us? There's no way. Wander? Huh? That's right, I'm gonna turn you... I'm gonna turn the car upwards. Dang, get him, Seribot, get him! It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places and a lot of countries had serious problems because of it. Really? The issue was this computer, the IBM 5100. 2 in a row? I guess so. I didn't even see the first one post. I just saw it get pre-banned, and then the second. And then the brother showed up. Like, how dare you? It got an old programming language on it. It's got an old programming language on it, and the engineers weren't able to fix the problem. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race to develop the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something that happened during the year 2000 problems and the divisions that resulted from that were a deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kaguri to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain either. And the year 2000 is a very special year, you see. All of the world lines temporarily converge here. This means that it's possible that the year 2000 problem has a huge effect on all the world lines. The world line in the gap that we're trying to reach, Steins Gate, is no exception. She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100. So, this is a patch program to keep the year 2000 problem from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problem that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word "connect" appeared on the terminal's subscreen. Okay, it's connected. That's it? She'd been told that Japan in this era, ADSL, was still... Wait, she was told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic broadband. Some of them were even using wireless LANs. What did the other two words at the top mean? I'm surprised they describe fiber optics and wireless LAN and don't have a definition input for ISDN and ADSL. Because now these two are in the tips section, but the other two aren't. My bad? Often used as part of the phrase, lol, my bad, lol. Well, theoretically, an apology, it is more often used to provoke or annoy someone. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's left as an exercise to the reader. I ain't exercising. Get that out of here. Suzuha cracked her head into one of those. Suzuha cracked her head? Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he'd said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke. But he'd been right. But if you change the future, won't that change the world we were in? Surprisingly, Kaguri had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had just told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer, so I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kaguri's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide. Voice. I can hear God's voice. Kaguri? You can't do that. It's not right. You can't do that, big sis Suzuha. You can't. Huh? Kaguri was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her, but... She slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kaguri's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. Gah! She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kaguri tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out and errors displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kaguri didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had left. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. What is this child doing? Kaguri was going to try and pick it up. She's running it down, man! You're so right. You're so right. She is. Stop it. She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kaguri's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow. Holy! Don't move. Kaguri's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety of the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one that taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kaguri was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now. Stop doing this. You're the one who needs to stop. What? You can't change the world. You're not making sense. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. Hi, bozos. Hi, doofus. What up, Sia? How you doing? Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. Then that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world lines changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Shut up, shut up. I'm going to say mommy. You can't erase this world. I won't let you. Kaguri turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Good. Had really yummy mangoes earlier and I'm still thinking about them. Oh, I love mangoes. Good. Yummy mangoes. How are you doing? Good. I got something done early in the day. And then when I finally got home, I didn't think I was tired, but then when I touched my bed, I just fell asleep for hours. And then I woke up at 8:30. Exactly. Exactly, Wander. That, exactly. Well, yeah, no, I was gone. I was out. It was over for me. Good job, glad you rested up. Nah. How do I unrest? Put me back in. Put me back in. Thank you. I don't know. I was... What is that? Wee. I was out. Where do you keep getting French ones? Okay, they all got added at the same time, so there's already been those for quite some time. But I added that one when I added this one. It was during Marvel Rivals, exactly. Kaguri turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Explains why I wasn't there. What? Stop. Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again. Stop it, Kaguri. Please, stop. God. Please, no. And then Kaguri jumped out of the time machine. And Suzuha never saw her again. Oh, that's the sequence of events that... Okay. On every night that passed, she remembered Kaguri. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kaguri when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she'd never found anything. But Kaguri Shina, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. So Suzuha decided to stop thinking and look around the room. Itaru, her dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. W! His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. There wasn't much to respect in him right now, either as a father or as a person. If I had a nickel every time a little girl in Steins Gate pulled out a weapon, 2. You'd have 2. Right? 2. Nei and now Kaguri. Am I missing one? The rest is left as an exercise to the reader. I'm gonna turn you into an exercise for the reader. Mods, turn him into a treadmill. So yes, wonder. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? Oh, well, is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzuha stormed over to Itaru. You can't screw this up, Dad. Yeah. Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? Alright. All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. Oh, wait, he messed it up? We never got information about this because we went straight into the war for a year, but a month, so we never knew what happened to that. That was because Ocarina and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know. We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? Big Sis Mayu and Big Sis Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So did you go and do something yourself? This isn't gonna work. Maybe this was more important. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad, I'm not going to be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. She's done. she hit the not like this. Oh. Oh, right, we're skipping to July, right? Suddenly there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. I promised I'd stop worrying about it. For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who'd pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. God, I am terrible at reading today. I was recording the script yesterday night, and I got through about like 30 pages. Actually, let me double check that. Let me confirm that. I got to 32 pages out of 150. And I've already had an hour-long recording. I think it's over. I think I'm cooked. Thank you. But while I was recording, I just kept messing up and redoing the lines over and over, so I will probably re-record, but go slower maybe. So they're saying part 1 is ready. I don't even know. I don't want to break them into parts. I'd rather just run down a long video, but also maybe not a 5-hour long video either. You know, I'm so ready for an 8-hour video. No. Dude, I at max was gonna say, hey, 2 hours is okay. How am I already an hour in? I mean, if I cut down all the issue stuff, like where I was messing up a lot of the words and whatnot, and re-recording those, I want to say it's more like 40 to 50 minutes of recording, but still, that's a lot for how many more pages I have to go through. You know? So I think I'll delete the recording and do it again. And kill half the scripts. Huh? I'll delete the recording and do it again. And make no mistakes this time, you know? I'll do it perfectly. You know? Forehead? Why are you foreheading? But anyways, we'll see about that. Whenever I get the free time again, you know? Also, I just can't sit under the blanket for that long. I'm gonna get rid of the blanket, honestly. It ain't possible. It ain't happening. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie. Gah, that's way too sudden. I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway, okay? This is an order. An order? What's your answer? Sir, yes, sir! Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh, but before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. Please, Dad, I want to be more real. Daru also told her, like, she was like, dude, I'm not gonna be born at this rate. And he's like, isn't the time machine more important? Don't glare at me like that. I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me. Vanilla. Huh? I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll go buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. It doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. Sir, yes, sir! That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take she had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower, but Suzuha! Itaru had come back into the lab. What is it? I found this on the stairs. Itaru showed her a keychain he was holding. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was an Upa. Do you know whose this is? Trauma? Vixus Mayu's, probably. She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. Welcome in, Nemo! I kind of forgot about first. Congrats on getting first! And thank you for the RNG. I've never seen this Upa. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before. She couldn't really remember when. Hope you're doing well though today, Nemo. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. I'm doing good. How are you? Pretty good. I got work done today. I took a nice long nap. It was good. I'm glad you're doing good. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped. When was it? I've seen this before. Did my Yushi show it to you? Oh no. She stared at the green Upa in Ichiru's hands. And then, in her mind, she heard a young girl scream. This is mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? The voices! I missed only a couple Steins Gate stream. What I missed? It kind of depends. Did you see Steins Gate 0 or the original Steins Gate? What was the last thing you remember, I guess? Because this is technically a different game from Steins Gate, as opposed to the original Steins Gate we were playing earlier. But let me know what you remember, and then I can go from there. Or I could just go through the whole thing, because it's pretty much just like, this is a time loop 2. Oh. Okay. So that was the original game. Essentially, Okabe went in time loops. Eventually, he gave up and let Kurisu die to save Mayuri. And then someone came back, a different Suzuha from the future came back to have Okabe change the world line. In the original game, he does succeed and wins. In this one, he gives up on one failure and doesn't win and continues the world line as is, with Suzuha trying to convince him to go back. And in this game, essentially, it's that failed, punished Okabe going through his time, waiting for the war to start, because if they didn't fix the issue, World War III would start, and they didn't, so they're waiting for World War III to start at this point. And yeah, a ton of stuff with Suzuha, a ton of stuff with Okabe and time travel machine stuff, but like a lot of trying to get the information about time travel out of Okabe right now, currently. And some new characters. Yeah, pretty much. The lines! This is mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? And this is Kagari, the red hair girl. Here is Kagari. She's a war orphan in the future who got sent with Suzuha to go into the past, but somewhere along the line got lost. No, somewhere along the line she went secret agent, tried to kill Suzuha, broke a machine stuff, ran away. And yeah. Well, now I gotta sleep on this. Have a good night then. If you do have to go to sleep. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. There's no way. Who's gaslighting? Who's gatekeeping? Who's girl bossing here? She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. That can't be. Kagari's... That was when she'd last seen it. Locked? There's no way. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine. That's when she'd seen the Supa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Comfy, let's go. Ooh, lots of comfies. Kagari, you mean future Miss Mayu? You mean future Miss Mayu's daughter? Yeah. Did you find her? No, but she knows where I am. What do you mean? She's watching this lab. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any signs of Kagari. But she'd never thought she'd be watching the lab. Mod check, what's up, Wander? You looking for Kagari? She's just watching, you know? Just our stalker. No, it would have been obvious if I'd given it any thoughts. She's trying to stop us from reaching Steins Gate. Steins Gate being the world line that is the best world line, with no issues and death and everything. She doesn't want this world to end. Which means she's watching not just me, but you too. Huh? Me? Well, I don't think your life is in danger. Probably. If you believe what we know about how world lines work, you live till at least 2036. But she might come to interfere with your research, so we can't reach Steins Gate. A lot of bad things had been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Rintaro Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru. From now on, just to be safe, lock the door whenever I'm not around. Okay, got it. Even if Uncle Ocarine, Mom, or Big Sis Mayu are here, don't leave it open. It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too. You know, Ocarina and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with Amaneshi, don't you think that'd give her the wrong idea? Ah, that's true. If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble. Suzuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do. If you'd only gotten to be her boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem. Wait, we're back to that! Just be careful, okay? Suzuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. Riz? Is this Riz? Suzuha, she softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Chad, is this Riz? Hey, Suzuha, Kagari-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Could somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to be the kind of person who'd assault someone? I just can't imagine it. From what you've told me, I'd expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. I wish that was what had happened. Yeah, I thought that was how she'd turn out too. But now, she's probably... From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was just a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Oh! Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she'd set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. No! No wonder! It's just the shower head! It was barely any hotter than tap. You can make a tap water really hot, though. I think they made room temperature water. Wonder? Nah, but he's cooking. I'm just keeping an eye out for Kagari. He is. Yeah, he's making sure. He's making sure. You're so right, Wander. You know what? Me too. Me too. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quieter. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. Keep an eye out for this. What? Why would you do that? He was making sure we're safe. The building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. It was small and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in the summer. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luka Urushibara, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest, as if she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within the small space. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. He already has the cross? He pre-crossed? She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Did Dad come back? And then, when he'd left, he'd turn off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Itaru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen, someone had gone through all of them. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she'd kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she'd use as a bed. She'd wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept. So she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. How many guns does she have? It was just a 32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Enough. What's enough supposed to be? Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. What's up, Fade? What's up, Lofi? How are you today? Hope you're having an amazing and great day. Enough to keep her safe. Is that a number? A quantifiable number? I'm doing great, Fade. Thanks for asking. Hey, I'm glad you're doing great, Lofi. What if someone laid on that pillow? Well, it's hidden under the cushion. It's under the cushion. So it's chill. I'm glad you're doing great, Lofi. I hope you had a stellar day. Comfy. Hey, glad you're comfy. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny, tiny creaking of the floor, to which you'd usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. That Lofi guy is being kinda— What?! What do you mean by that, YouTube chat? Never mind. Yeah, so it's like under the sofa cushion, you know? Oh, hi, Livia. How you doing today? Comfy. I'll let it slide this time. I was just reading my chat, Lofi. I think you're doing great. I think you're a great and positive influence. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. But they wouldn't feel it? Okay. Ooh. So old sofas, right? They have these big cushions that you sit on that you can lift up and like go under the couch on, right? If it's just at the bottom, yeah, okay. Anyways, we're good. Whew. I thought she meant the pillow thing. No. Yeah, no. It was. I'm pretty sure she meant the big sofa, like cushion. I think. Hopefully, doing good. Just resting after work. Hey, let's go. Hope you're resting well. Glad you're doing good. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. Give me a name for me to write down for future Lofi, though. Oh, I can't give away the information of YouTube chatters, you know, but you know, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure you'll never see them again, you know? You know, Luffy? In an instant, and quickly drew her gun. YouTube chatter anonymity, Luff. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. Oh? I'll acquire the name through my own means then. Sounds good, Luffy. Glad you're having a good day, though, you know? You know, I can't give it away, but, you know, you can do your own digging, and, you know, that's perfectly okay. In fact, I believe in you, Luffy. The room became silent again. But this time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. What's up, Sia? Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head, come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. You must be pretty hot wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off the helmet? The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. There's no way. Nah, you're right, Wonder. Me too. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed toward the entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression. You should know better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Right, Kaguri? The second she spoke, Kaguri Shino was the first to move. She drew a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Cinema! Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed 32 and saw Kaguri lose her balance and fall. Me next! See ya? Like you next for being shot? We can arrange the... Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. Not that! Faith! I don't know what you mean next about. That was the last event that occurred when you typed that. Her closing the distance? With a knife? It was the delay, oh my... Wait, what'd you see? Wait, what part were you referring to? Classic. She had only pretended to lose her balance, in fact. In fact, she had changed directions and was heading for the shower room. Don't worry about it. So, yeah. Why can't you be wholesome like Luffy? Look at him. Perfect example of wholesomeness. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for. That's not Luffy? Who else could that possibly be? It says be Luffy right there. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. Even a 32 should have Even a 32 should have more recoil than this. I wish you both the best, Sia and Wander. That's Lee Bofi? La Bofi? No, that can't be right. La Bofi was lost in the river. He can't be back. He's somewhere playing basketball. Xenoblade Chronicles has made me a happier person, so I'm chilled out for the time being. Why has it made you a happier person? Are the events just really happy and nice? Or like, you just like the game? She fired again, but Kagura didn't even flinch. She fired again, but Kagura didn't flinch even for a moment. A blank? How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzu's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. It's just like comfy playing a long grindy RPG after a long time. I see. That's fair. That's fair. Glad you enjoyed. You see? Look at this guy. He's gonna be so wholesome and happy from now on, going forward forever. Kagura reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way. Like how I'm enjoying the stream so much, especially with you here, Sia. Beat Saber. Wait, you could see that? That's insane. Okay. Offline mode it is. Oh no, I'm reverting tomorrow tomorrow! What's the point then, Lofi? Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagura. You know, I agree with that YouTube chatter actually. There was a dull thud as hard there was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. You're so right, Vade. Thank you, Wander. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kagura's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Revert now! Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagura as hard as she could with her toned, muscled leg. This was no time to hold back. What the? I miss the old Luffy. Kagura went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped towards her to continue her attack. But with a terrifying speed, Kagura leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she'd pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. Wait! I forgot she's naked through this whole fight. I forgot that's part of this fight. You bits! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Is this animated? Asking for like a friend? I don't remember. I do not remember. Hi Masa, how you doing today? Kagura was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Yeah, a friend. Yeah, I don't remember. It might be in the anime. Maybe just very censored. Suzuha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon, but the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defensive knives had been taken too, which left... There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagura had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them. Huh. Looks like you've had a lot of practice. It's hard to believe you're the same girl who'd spent all her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. Suzuha kept her distance from Kaguri as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage. Here, Kaguri, this is what you're after, right? Emotional damage cinema. She hit her with the remember back in the day. She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets. What's wrong? Come and get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kaguri twitch for the first time. She could detect a hint of emotion beyond that helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kaguri's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kaguri was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kaguri's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kaguri's head to the side. Gah! Kaguri's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kaguri's neck and squeezed hard. No, we're good. They're not showing anything. Hi, Corey. She could hear something like a bone from Kaguri's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. Stay put. I'm not going to kill you. But Kaguri picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. You know what? Just in case. Stop it, Kaguri. I understand how you feel now, but it's wrong. It's wrong. It should have been me. No, you're so right for that. Me too. Welcome in, Corey. Hope you're doing good today. But Kaguri didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. You're so right for that. You're so real for that, actually. Me too. That's crazy. This is why you have no bits, Fade? Just because I... You know what? I'm not gonna... You know what? Actually... You're right, Sia. You're so right, Sia. You're so right, Sia. What? It's worse if I say anything than it is if I don't. What kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldiers to submit or fall in contrast. Hi, Trix. No leaving for you. Lock in. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. Come on, Sia. Stop me. Thank you, Lofi. Why are you mad? No, go ahead. No, I'm agreeing with you. What's wrong? Why are you mad? I know you're better than this. Thank you, Lofi. I appreciate you. What up, Trix? How you doing today? At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kaguri, but if she stopped, Kaguri would kill her. What should she do? Suzuha, it hurts. It hurts. I feel bullied now. Wrong. Mistaken. Are you not watching the game? There's a good reason for that. Wait, switch back? There's a good reason for that. There, I swapped back. There's no way. And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. Switch back? No! But that was just what Kaguri had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. Okay, now we can switch back. Let us in? There, I let you in. You're the ultimate Rizzler, Sigma Fade. You have all the bits. Thank you, Sia. Boo, I did what you wanted. Grow up. When she let go to dodge it, Kaguri shook her head off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Run? No. Lock in. Lock in. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. Lofi, I appreciate you. You know what? Actually, stay wholesome. Wholesome Lofi is great. She fell to the floor, and the paint. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. The real Lofi will be back tomorrow. Wait, but this is the real Lofi. It's a part of you. Lofi, you... No, I did. Lofi's just nice today. He's my #1 defender today. If wholesome Lofi only lasts for a day, then his life is nothing. There's no way. There's no way he cooked. Whoo! She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kaguri breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed at an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. But her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? What's wrong? Heyyo, what's up? Suzuha glared at Kaguri's face, not that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kaguri to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Sus? Get your mind out of the gutter. They're fighting. Hey, Suzuha, did I hear a loud noise? Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Itaru's voice. Huh? Why is it so dark? No, Dad, stay back. She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kaguri was wearing a full face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Ugh! Kaguri's black knife went up to his throat. Dad! Sure they are. Look at this dude. Mind in the gutter. Sounds like tricks to me, honestly. It should have been me! Wonder. You want the knife to your... Interesting. That's so not true. Disagreed. D: I'm with you, Lofi. That was so messed up for him to cook. Kaguri spun around behind him, using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered towards him, gritting her teeth. It's not about what's in front. It's about what's in the back. Wait, W mods? You right, Wonder. Let's go, Let go, Kaguri. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kaguri. I'll kill you. But Kagura remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then, in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Oh! Ichiro lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground beneath his weight. Ichiro just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended, but Ichiro was so huge, it would take a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! What? She was getting away. She somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagura. Suzuha, wear this! Ichiro was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on and then ran outside. When she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone. She got away. Probably best that Daru gave her a shirt beforehand. It would be dangerous to run around like this trying to find her now. There was a chance Ichiro would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. That was biker gear? Yeah. It was bike leathers, as they've put it. Slay? There's no way. Was that Kagura-tan? Ichiro came outside as well. Yeah, I'm almost certain. I see. So this is how it's gonna be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. And she always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. Oh wait, you're so right! Salty's aesthetic. And I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Yeah. But now she's completely my enemy. Ichiro straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you look like a... That's crazy. That's crazy. Daru! Daru, no! Huh? Daru, no! He only knows what he knows, guys! There's no way. Why doesn't he know more? That's actually crazy. You know, you look like a... girl in an H game right now, Suzuha. I couldn't find a different word. Is there an acronym? Sleazy. Is sexy any better? I don't think it conveys the same thing, but sleazy works, I think. You should unlearn it. Come on, Fade. I can't read the game right now. You're so right. You know, you look like a sleazy girl in an H game right now, Suzuha. Wait, never mind. I'm trying to be wholesome. You do you, Fade. There's no way he's trying to be wholesome. You seem to have slipped there for a second, Loaf. Why can't you read the game? Sleazy. That was close. The true Loafy is too strong. You should try sealing him away more often to get more used to keeping him off limits, you know, and then it'll get easier for you, Loafy. It takes practice, but you can do it. I believe in you. Nah, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Labofi. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. True. Her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. I hear the sarcasm from a mile away, Fade. Sarcasm? I don't think I used anything sarcastic recently. Come on, come back to us, Lofi. Come and play League with friends. League with friends. League of Legends. I love that game. Definitely did. Wait, when was I being sarcastic? What did I even say? The shirt's hem was turned up and she felt exposed. In my Delulu mind, at least. So you are crazy. Well, I don't mind H games with sleazy girls, and I don't think the whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad. Daru, please. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. Why is he so weird? I think he's trying to take the edge off the fact that they almost all died. And that she's feeling sad about Kaguri in his own way, in his own terrible and awful way. But Itaru shook his head. I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Strong clap, but that way. Yeah, no. Honestly, it's just him at that point. We can't change him. We can't fix him. Unless I'm mistaken. Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had that knife to my throat, I could hear it, just a little. Hear what? She was probably crying. Huh? Crying? Under the helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why? So, don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? Dad. Did you buy me that vanilla ice cream? Yeah, of course. I'd love to eat it. I'm a little tired. And then she almost fell forward. Oh! Dad! Itaru managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Hey! Hey, Suzuha! I'm fine, but let me rest a little. That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her conscience melted away. And we're finally back to Okabe! July 3rd. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. Sadent? Why are you using the sadent? The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. I was waiting at... She's alive?! I was waiting at the open cafe in the UPX when Maho arrived. She was a little late. He's always twinning with it? Twinning? Twinning with what? Yo, mama? Who? The ant? Oh, Okabe is twinning with the ant. I see. I thought you were referring to Daru and not Okabe. Live with egg? No. That was Wonder. But still no. You just typed too quickly. Minus friendship. You're right. Sad. This is why you wanted me to add those two emotes. Okabe. It's been a while. She ordered an iced coffee and took a deep breath. But you know, we talk to each other all the time on video chat. That's right. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hadn't changed at all in the last 6 months. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I said that, so I never would. I had no idea you were here. If I hadn't happened to see Dr. Leskinen, I never would have found out. I was going to contact you once things calmed down. We needed to talk to each other about Kurisu at some point eventually. You hear about the new encephalitis cases. Dr. Leskinen is, at least. I am his assistant, but I'm mostly in charge of Amadeus. Have there been any problems? I assume not, since I'm still getting the usual reports. Yeah, nothing really. Lately, it's been a struggle to deal with Kurisu, though. Hey! How do I open the phone again? Shoot. Is it this button? Okay, it's not working. I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I'd placed on the table. What do you mean by struggle? I left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we said. She's gotten a little ruder since we first met. You're just afraid of me for no reason is all. Maybe. It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line, where we'd forgot all the time. I was starting to lose track of whether that was a good or bad thing for me. I thought I was trying to forget about Kurisu. You were pretty rude when we first met. That was... She's rough on people. She's rough on people when she meets them for the first time. You know why? Because they refuse to treat her like she's... They refuse to treat her like she's her real age. The two of them spoke in unison. So I always get upset. Once I get to know someone, they stop talking about my appearance, right? So I can speak more normally around them is all. I guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call. Anyway, back to Amadeus. It's an interesting sign that Kurisu is developing a bit of a sharp tongue. It's a side of her she never shows me or the professor, right? That may be a sign of how much she's opened up to you. I have not. Oh. I don't remember the button. Maho simply smiled and ignored her. We can analyze the psychological changes as code. This is a change we never would have seen if she'd only been speaking to me or the professor. That alone means we were right to keep you as a tester. Is that how it works? Dr. Leskinen was very impressed by this too. I think you're giving him too much credit. In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining he's not very manly, you know. Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative, especially given what I'd been through. But did she really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is then. By the way, there's something I hadn't told you yet. What is it? It's something I don't think you or Dr. Leskinen are aware of. Wait, what are you gonna tell her? Something Maho and the professor don't know about me. Does the phrase Kurigohan and Kamehameha have anything to do to you? Hey! A few weeks ago, I'd actually searched for Kurigohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Kurisu had used on @channel when she was still alive. From what I'd seen, the comments started in summer of 2008, then abruptly stopped in July of 2010. And then started up again in December of the same year. Wait, she got her account back? Even now in July 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Kurisu's ghost, and it wasn't an imposter, then the only one who could be writing those posts was... Rentaro Okabe. Why don't we have a private chat? So it was you after all. Don't you think it's a bad idea not to tell them? It's an even worse idea to tell Maho. Why? Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on @channel. Why hide it? It's not a crime to read or comment on @channel. Isn't that right, @channeler Kurisu? Let's have a private chat. Actually, those vibes. Listen, call me that one more time and I'll start making up gossip about you on @channel. That's practically a crime, though. I couldn't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I'd tick off Kurisu all the time. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please. You can hide it, but she's gonna find out eventually. You just shut up. You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months. Maho, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? No, just, it's been so long since you and Okabe have seen each other, and I'm doing all the talking. So why don't you two take some time and chat? That's not what I meant. They're still in a love triangle. A love triangle that none of them want, except Kurisu. For Maho. It's a weird love triangle, because it's like, Okabe likes Kurisu. Kurisu wants Maho to get with Okabe. Maho doesn't want Okabe. That's not what I meant. It's all Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it? Is that true, Kurigohan and Kamehameha? Please don't say that. Just like the real Kurisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was a Nat Chandler. But they're shipping each other. Is this the shipping triangle instead? I need to go cool off a little, so I'm going to hang up. Bye. Kurisu disappeared from the screen. Kurisu had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I overdid it, she was probably going to hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop. What's Kurigohan? If you really want to know, ask Kurisu. If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again. So, how long are you going to be staying here? It might be longer than last time. We barely know anything about the new encephalitis Dr. Luskin is researching. Hi, Brooke. It's possible that I'll be sent back on my own, too. Maho is shipping Amadeus with Okabe. Amadeus is shipping Maho with Okabe. And Okabe is in the trauma corner? Is the trauma corner important part of a love triangle? Is that an important part? It's the anchor. The anchor. Good to know. Good to know. All right. All right. Let me go find some so I can have my own love triangle. If you got time, visit the lab. I'm sure Daru and Mayuri would love to see you. Mayuri, sure, but I don't know about Hashida. Mao is finally starting to understand Daru's true nature. Speaking of Daru, he should be on a date with Yuki Amane right now. Whoa, what? By the way, what happened to Kurisu's laptop? I destroyed it. What was the best thing to do? I explained that to you before, didn't I? Finally! Yeah, you're right. She looked down, a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurisu by destroyed. Has fade hair if it was really long? Not really. She doesn't have a matching parting. Like, I have the parting on this side, but she doesn't have that. She has the flat. This is just Hitsura again, saying anyone with black hair looks like Fade. About half the I can't. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was still... Okay, but hear me out. MC of free? Okay, I can see that. I can see that. You are kind of right there. Haruka, is that his name? Why did I just type in free and expected something to pop up? It's even the parting doesn't go as high though. But it's closer. I've never watched Free, but I kind of want to because it's Kyoto animations. But also, I kind of don't want to. Thank you for the hydrate. I don't have my water bottle. And now I do. It's so good. But you know, there's not a lot of... Only cause hot Namine men's. Alright, you're sick. You're a sicko. Hydrate, thanks for the hydrate. Never mind, you're a sicko. You're a sicko. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., and so the lunchtime rush was over. There's no way. Why? What did I even do? Suzo was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. Trix is cooking? More like burning. Alive. Take the elf fade? Nah. Doofus. Why is Hydrate 300 points? I don't know. Just is. It is what it is. Y'all have too many points anyways. I think it's always been 300 points, broke. Keep coping, Fade? Yeah, get back in the cabin. We're all recovering from the bean incident. Don't say all. Don't say all like it wasn't just 2 people. And it hasn't been 6 months. I got a bag of beans worth of points. He's so sick. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. I'll never forgive you for so fair. Me! It was all him. Here you are, your Major Curry. A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays, more accurately, in front of them. You! Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. That's it, no more Mr. Nice Loaf. What? I didn't think... Can I have Mr. Nice Loaf? Ruh! The couple really stood out, after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. No way! What was the first thing you did? Attack broke. What was your first thing to do? That? Nah, you cooked, actually. Wrong time, wrong place. Nah, you're right, you're right. The combination of a huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and Major Curry. Collateral damage! The Major Curry was big. It was huge. Suzuha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Suzuha was irritated. Why are you ordering Major Curry on your first date with her dad? The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho, and they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Gotta go game now. Keep your tab. Bye, Trix. Have a good one. Suzuha had followed them the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but This is your first date. There are other places you could have gone. She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind? Or so Suzuha thought. But... wow, it's even more amazing than the pictures. Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Amaneshi, if you can't eat it all, I'll finish it for you, okay? We'll win them all for you. I hope you lose. Have a good one, Trix. Is he wearing that for a date? Yes. Yes, he is, Wonder. Sicko! Nuh-uh. Okay, thank you, but I'm actually pretty good at this. Yeah, that's a surprise. Gaslight, gatekeep girl boss. What? I actually would always come. I actually would always just come and look at the menu outside. I always wanted to try this. Gate light. You're gonna be turned into a gate light if you keep giggling. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. Don't decolon. Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but still, she realized that Ichiru was acting strangely. Sachi? There's no way. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every movement seemed oddly focused, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed glass after glass of water. Oh, I'm sorry. May I have some more? May I have some water too? Huh? Oh, sure. Thank you. Ichiru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuha had a bad feeling. And she was right. Ichiru was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water on her hand. Yeah. Are you okay? Are you okay? My hand just got a little wet. Anyway, let's eat before it gets cold, okay? LOL! Robot clap! There's no way you W'd that. Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Ichiru was very formal and quiet. He was talking? He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word. What are you doing, Dad? Mom's not gonna want to be around you if you're like that. She decided to send him a message in Ryan telling him to get his act together. And she'd just taken out her phone when... Here's your major curry with extra rokes. Rocks? Rokes. Surely it's not rocks. Don't cringe. Rue? Is it Rue? What's Rue?
Rue.
Rue. Okay. What is Rue? Flour and butter. Oh! Neat! That sounds yummy. I want flour and butter. Here's your major... Okay. It's French, so it's definitely not pronounced rocks. It could have been rocks. A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she'd ordered her usual major curry with extra roux, and then forgotten about it. Now everybody was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide. Huh? Huh? Get back in class. No. I quit French. Eat rocks. Enjoy your rocks. Just as expected, her eyes met Yuki's. Suzuha, I didn't realize you were here. But French hasn't quit you! You're sick for that. You know what, you're gonna be eating rocks too, actually. You can have a portion of rocks too. You two Wander, get in class! Come on, Fit, you're not nice Lofi anymore. Remember, you dropped that. Okay, fine. You two Wander, get in class. No anything but French! You can be worse than this. Come on, Fade! Y'all are gonna eat rocks forever! You're never gonna stop eating rocks! You're gonna be like that guy in Lofi's chat. You're gonna be talking about rocks forever! What's wrong with French? Wait, that's going too far! And Lofi's gonna join you! Nah, Lofi, you already cooked him. Nothing I can say can ever equate to what you did to him. Oh, yeah, what a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki, brother. Not beat him up. You should have said something. You should have said something. No, I didn't even notice you, really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. Hearing about rocks reminded me of that one person in Luffy chat. Does he know? That sure is what I said. Her experiences in the... Okay. Honestly, I don't even like wasting food either. But even if I don't like something, I'll probably just end up eating it no matter what. Because I don't want to waste food. Brooke really had to reiterate it for double the damage to me. He gave you a whole paragraph, sentence structured and everything. Just for you, Loaf. Like, I just mentioned it in passing for fun. It's over for you. She felt Yuki and Itaru staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon. Anyway, yeah, you two enjoy yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Me when someone accidentally kicks a rock towards my vicinity. Now! Please! Enough about that. How about that time Lofi crashed out on the rocks chatter? True! Thinking he was the guy talking about being the alpha. Ah! Third times, but this time through a megaphone. We're never gonna get nice Lofi again if y'all keep hitting him with this. My past has come to haunt me. Hey, I was in your corner though. Good. There's no way it's good. Nice Lofi might have hopped on League of Legends, Wander. Evil Lofi will never hop on League of Legends. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Huh? Excuse me. Can my friend sit with us? Sure, go ahead. He says it's okay. Let's all eat together. Wait. Why? Why? Because you ordered Major Curry too. I think we need to have a race. Huh? Hashida can be the judge. And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table. Evil Lofi and nice Lofi are the same person? Nuh-uh. No, wait. She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear. You're on a date, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm on a date. Huh? Yeah, totally on a date. Why? It makes me blush when I say it out loud. Itaru didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that. I've never been on a date, so I don't know how they work, but in the sense that evil Lofi calls the nice Lofi the evil version of Lofi. In the sense that evil Lofi calls it. Oh. Yeah, I get you. When's mid Lofi happen? Comparing alligators to crocodiles? Aren't they the same? Mid Lofi? Yeah, when's that happen? Is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date? I don't really know. But you see it a lot in anime and manga, don't you? You can take that title? Wait, pause? He's giving me the name Lofi? You have like 30 plus mid-Lofi. You leave them alone. Do not speak to me or my children. They have a restraining order on you. 30 restraining orders on you, in fact. Each. A little sister who doesn't want to let loose. Wait. Ha! The clones! A little sister who doesn't want to lose her big brother runs up to his girlfriend and says, "Let's have a competition." The clones! They're not the same, but you have to look at certain physical features to tell them apart. Really? I just always assume there's no difference between them. Interesting. For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy. I don't know anything about that. Is that how it works, brother? Even when she turned to Itaru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating his curry like a robot. Brother? All crocodiles are the same, huh? I'm gonna stuff extra rocks into your food. He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still. Did you say something? What's wrong? What's wrong? You're acting weird. I am not acting weird. I am not acting weird. Suzuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. Holy moly! Man, I'm hungry now. I had dinner before I started stream, but now I just want more food. But the whole time, Itaru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. As much as I'd like to continue being nice here, I gotta go to bed! Isn't it early for you? Isn't it really early for you to go to bed? No? He's lying! He's not going to bed at all! I made blueberry cheesecake too. Ooh, that sounds good. How'd it turn out? I just want to play on my Switch for like 40 minutes in bed before I sleep. Why don't you play on your Switch here? Out of bed before you sleep. Nah. I hope you find rocks in your bed. And I hope they all recount to you what you did to that poor guy. What the? It was so good. Let's go. Hey, glad it was good. Any picks? Yeah, picks. If you have any. No staring. All right, have fun, Lofi. Hope you enjoy your game. Hold up, Heyyo. Booch? Sleep well, Loaf. Run! Wait, this is just gonna make me more hungry. Ah. Yeah, have a good stream, I guess. Have an okay night, Luffy. I hope some terrible events happen in your game, causing you severe trauma for the rest of the tomorrow, making you sad and depressed about what happened in Xenoblade X, so that you never ever become happy again. Thanks, Luffy. Have a good one. Sleep well. Ha 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 ha. Happy. Chomp. Tell that the rock enjoyers bye. Me when the rock is just a rock. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. Phew. I'm so glad you were there. Yuki sighed a little after Itaru left. Maybe I did something to offend him? Hashida doesn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking with me before the movie, you know? But after the movie, he just started acting really strange. The generational fumble? I'm actually with you though, Wonder. Because holy moly! Did I do something wrong? I asked him to take me to the curry place, but since he was acting like that the whole time, I wasn't really sure what to do. And so since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help. What had happened inside the theater? Suzuha hadn't followed them inside. He'd spent about 2 hours killing time outside. That's quite inappropriate of you, Fade. I'll show you! Quite? You're gonna be quite nothing when I'm done. You're gonna be the rock. Hey. Huh? Yes, how can I help you? Why do you like my brother? Huh? I mean, I shouldn't be saying this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, sure. There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So, what about you? I still don't really know if I like him or not. I see. Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future. Pensive bush piano. This piano is always really nice, but it's always accompanied by these very thinking moments. I don't want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes. I'm going to be leaving soon. What? I'm moving someplace far away. Really? I don't think I'll be back. And I'm worried about Dad. I mean, my brother. So, Yuki, I know this is a little weird for me to ask. And then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Itaru Hashida. There was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression of her face. She looked kind of lonely. And kind of sad? I don't know what to do. Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha. That has to seal the deal. Oh, jeez. What are we going to do? Everything's almost finished. Even though it's never even started. As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. I sent it. Pausing. Checking. Looking. Examining. Ooh. Wait, that looks so good. The hard crust holding the actual piece of cake that well. Wait, that looks so good. Holy moly. Damn, Sia, you cooked. Nah, you baked. That ain't blue. It is not blue. He is right. You do lose points on that. Wonder. Nah, he pointed out a very fair point, actually. It's just what happens when it's cooked. Turn it blue. No, but it looks really good. Oh my god. Sheesh. You're popping off. And sending it telepathically to you. It looks really good. Nice work, Sia. Now send me 30. Suzu, I'm sorry. The Hashida family is doomed. Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. This isn't funny. Bet, let's go. Start by explaining why you were acting that way today. You looked so excited when you left this morning, and Mom said you were normal until halfway through the movie. Yeah. So what the hell happened? Well, you see, listen to this. You know how movie theater seats are cramped, right? So I tried to sit as far to the edge as I could so I wouldn't get in the way, in Amaneshi's way. And then I heard this crack and the seat almost broke. What? And then I tried to support myself, so I grabbed the armrest. But it wasn't the armrest, it was Amaneshi's, hand. Yeah? Mom didn't say anything about that. I'm telling the truth. It was so soft. It couldn't have been an armrest. It was a girl's hand. It had to have been. I see. But you see, I've held a lot of 2D girls' hands, but never a real girl's. And what happened then? She's so nice. I guess she didn't try to shake it off because she didn't want to hurt me. But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. She must have gotten soaked. But she didn't say a word. And so I really started to think about that. Oh, I see. That's why you were acting so weird. Sounds like someone I know. Really? So what's up, Wanda? Why are you looking like that? I'm sure in her mind, Amaneshi was going, "Get off me, you creepy loser pervert!" Mom's not like that. In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. The holding 2D girl's hands? Yeah, who would that be? The problem was that was what she'd said. Hi, Dozy. How you doing? What's with that look? How are you today, Dozy? Thank you. I don't know what to do. What did she mean by that? Wait, quick pause. Just seeing what I've come into. It's a visual novel. Where the future child is trying to get the mother and father together so she doesn't disappear from the world. Classic time travel. If you haven't already though, guys, you should go check out Dozy. Does a lot of variety, working on a fantasy novel, also does some Marvel Rivals, a lot of cool art as well. Go check out Dozy. Also going through a playthrough of The Walking Dead. Don't worry about how terrible some of the dialogue is sometimes, especially from this guy. We don't talk about this guy's dialogue, actually. I don't know what Mom's thinking. Zizua, let's give up on Mom, and you can live with me. You're not making any sense. How am I even supposed to be born? But it's impossible. How come you're not even trying? Even if things look bad, you have to keep going. She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him. If you don't... She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when they'd said goodbye. Otherwise, something awful will happen. Yeah. Suzu was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she'd even... I can't speak. Daru's one of those players who says FF go next at first blood. Wait, you're so right. But I hope you're doing well today, Dozy. Suzu was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki after all. She realized again how powerless she was, being from the future. Oh, back to Okabe. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese office prep room in Wako City hadn't changed a bit in 6 months. It was still far from being what it needed to be, and still almost completely empty. There were rows and rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After Dr. Leskinen had left, it had probably remained unused. Sorry to call you out here like this, Lindalo! Oh, it's fine. Dr. Leskinen had told me he wanted to update the Amadeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. Maho had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. He said it would only take 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting. By the way, Lindalo, I know we discussed this before, but would you seriously consider being an exchange student? Huh? If it doesn't bother you, I'd be willing to write a recommendation letter. Of course, you need to pass the test and the interviews. I frantically straightened my posture. That's a very tempting offer, but I don't think I've got the academic talent for it yet. My goal is to go to Victorchondria, and so I really don't want to screw it up. And so I was planning on really buckling down and studying for at least another year. Dr. Leskinen pursed his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon... Okay! He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. I knew you were a very thoughtful young man! Really? No one's ever told me that before. Saying it was one thing, but maybe I was just a coward? There were times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Was now one of those times? No! He's evil! Don't do it! So, you'll try for it next year then? Yes, maybe. Had I missed my chance? Would Dr. Leskinen wait until next year? I started to get nervous. It's not good to obsess over things too much. I think even coming to visit would help your motivation. Visit? If the timing works out for you, we'd be willing to pay to have you visit. How about it? I can't believe you do that for me. Thank you. Of course. I don't know when I'll be heading back to America next, so I can't exactly say as to when it will be. Right. I bowed my head in gratitude. Meeting Dr. Leskinen was a real lucky break for me. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. Oh? For some reason, her smile was a little sad. She quickly looked away and went back to her work. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Wako City. What is this room? She said she'd deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as the last time. Is that toilet paper? Sure is. As last time. That's not quite as convenient, though. You know, why not clean up a little? She hadn't spent that much time in Japan and it was already messy. Clean up? I got everything laid out in the most efficient manner for my use. Which meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning service. That's why you're never going to get a boyfriend, right? I could hear Kurisu from my phone. She was annoyed. After the app updated, I left Kurisu running. Nobody asked you! Any normal person would be embarrassed to invite someone over to a room like this. Well, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time. So, what do you want to talk about? I'd come to Mao's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. I wouldn't have minded talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel room. I knew she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. Dang! Was not the type. Maho looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say. You still haven't told me the truth about what happened to Kurisu. I quickly shut down the Amadeus app. And I want to ask you about the time machine, too. The time machine? You're the one who said that Kurisu was involved in Dr. Nakabachi's paper. Was she really working on a time machine? How should I answer that? Last time, she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisu's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I'd lost the chance, though. But things were different now. Kurisu's laptop was gone. There was no reason to bring it up anymore. They're listening. They're in the wall. What? Now, you're right. Lock in. Lock in. And by lock in, I mean get in the walls. Start talking in code. There's no reason to bring it up anymore. But then Maho said something I didn't expect. Actually, I've been researching a time machine for the last 6 months, along with my normal research. What? I thought that if Kurisu could do it, so could I. It's just a silly rivalry. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. But you know, if I could make a time machine, I told myself maybe I could save Kurisu. Don't. This was awful. Where? Okabe's live reaction to hearing all this. Why bring it up now? Mao was still haunted by Kurisu's death just as much as I was. Don't get any stupid ideas. Okabe. Don't try to save Kurisu Makise. It's impossible. The laws of God won't allow it. Then I was right. I was right. You know something, don't you? Maho got closer to me. Did she really do it? Did Kurisu really make a time machine? You used it to become humanity's first time traveler, didn't you? I know you did. Do you have any proof of that? I pretended to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own words. I'm sorry. I'm being weird. I can't believe I said something so delusional. Easy. Yeah, Joe. Mao started to cry. I didn't know what to do when she started crying right in front of me. What's gotten into me? I didn't mean to cry. She used her fingers to wipe away the tears. She seemed pretty unstable. I could sense a lot more fragility than I'd seen before. She looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All the things she's experienced must have taken a toll on her. When we were talking on video chat, I hadn't seen any signs of that at all. Should I tell her? Sadding. If she was researching a time machine, that was a bad sign. She might start looking into things and open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should tell her what I experienced and then have her give up, just like I did. Fine. I'll tell you what I experienced. Promise me you won't tell anyone. And I'll say this one more time. Don't get any ideas about saving Kurisu Makise. Crazy? Here we go talking about time travel again. Got it? She nodded as she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in the Alpha World line, about the time machine, about reading Steiner, about the method of sending memories back through time that I called a time leap, about how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible, about Suzuha Amane, the time traveler from the year 2036, about the future Suzuha had told us about, and the Third World War, and about how the race to develop a time machine would set off that war. It's so Jover, man! That's crazy! What do you mean? What do you mean it's Jover? It's just Maho, right? We can trust Maho, right? Right? Come on. Strong. I told her all these things as matter-of-factly as I could. As for how Kurisu died, I couldn't tell her that. No witnesses. But she's our friend. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. Phew. She took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples. My head hurts. You don't need to believe it all. You can think I'm crazy if you want. It doesn't bother me. But if you insist on continuing to research a time machine and save Kurisu Makise, I'll do whatever I have to in order to stop you. Just attack baby. I wonder what that would change overall. Welcome in, Lloyd. I'll do whatever I have to stop you. So give up on any ideas you've got. Stop pushing yourself so hard. I was about to say more, but Maho put her hand up to stop me. Let me get this all straight in my head a little more. This reading Steiner you told me about, it's not the new encephalitis. The symptoms match what Dr. Leskinen told me about. That's true, it might be. I still don't know whether I should tell him or not. It may just confuse him for no good reason. What do you think? Don't ask me, please. Don't ask me, please. Mao is still massaging her temples with her fingers. That's true. Sorry. Did you really destroy Kurisu's laptop? Yeah, I did. Did you see what was on it? Collapse due to Versailles Treaty. That's true. That's true. Sometimes I forget that Fade has a YouTube chat and it's not just talking to the voices in his head. Stop forgetting! It's a pinned message! Did you see what was on it? I didn't. I didn't know how to crack the password. There was no way I could. Even Daru said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could get into it on my own. The pills? Dodo? There's no way. Did you read the original paper on the time machine that Kurisu wrote? No. Mao kept asking me questions. She seemed to be in some kind of strange hurry. Do you know how Kurisu made her time machine? Basic ideas. Could you recreate it? I don't know. Maybe with Daru's help? So you could, right? It would be difficult to do it on my own. What about me? Don't even think about it. Maho suddenly grimaced as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was. Yajo, are you okay? Did she really have a headache or something? You want to lie down? But she shook her head and kept asking questions. Where's the time machine now? The one that Suzuha used. Where is it? Where? I wasn't sure if I should say without Suzuha's permission. Akihabara. Mao looked so desperate that I found myself answering her question. It's still there, on top of the radio building. What? I actually don't agree with telling her. I see. Her shoulders slumped. Her shoulders slumped, and her head drooped. I was worried that she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick. Are you really okay? I put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her face. You should rest for today. What happened? There was no warning at all. Mao's tiny body slammed into me. The force was enough to push me back to the wall. What are you? Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. Ugh! I couldn't breathe or speak. I twisted my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Arthur fist match! Alright, so it was Jober. You can't make me read that out loud if I pre-read it. Get wrecked! Bozo! Then she was using the other hand to grab my head and slam it back into the wall. Her strength was incredible. I was a lot bigger than she was, but still I couldn't escape her grasp. She is older than you, Okabe. What the heck, Synchro? You're a sicko. I'm sorry, Okabe. I'm sorry, Okabe. Her voice was very dark and very cold. And suddenly she moaned again, and her face twisted in pain. Yeah! You're more sick for pre-reading? Nah. You know what? Feed him rocks too. He gets a rock too. My head feels like it's about to explode. Just crying again. Why? Why did you tell me? You shouldn't have said anything. Ugh. I couldn't escape. I grabbed onto her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. It was as if she felt no pain. They were in her head. They were in her head, listening in through her brain. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it. I pressed the button without even looking at the screen. Please answer, Kurisu. Okabe. Kurisu! I was blacking out. Was I going to die here? Without even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me. But the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. And wait, was she still crying? Oh? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or an act, I passed out. Did they do something to her? When I woke up, my throat hurt. I tried to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. I opened my eyes and saw that I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downwards. I slowly raised my head. My hands were tied to the armrest with zip ties. They were working on memory implantations. Well, oh, you're right, they were, huh? But that was like AI that was already built upon their memories, not some random memories, right? Right. My hands were tied to the armrest with zip ties. Shinji chair, not the chair. When I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt very badly. I tried looking around. It was a room I'd never seen before. There were machines that looked like they belonged in an operating room of a hospital. But the wall was also lined with monitors, like some kind of guard room or control room. I couldn't see any windows, so I had no idea where I was. Someone... My throat hurt when I tried to talk, and then I remembered that Maho had almost killed me. Why had she done that? I felt more confused than angry. Hello, Lindalo! You're awake! I heard footsteps and saw a wavering shadow beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice. What? Dr. Leskinen? How do you feel? If you're thirsty, I can get you some water. No, therapist, I'm with you. Man! When I looked again, I saw that he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They were looking at me without saying a word. All of them were holding guns. They looked like MIBs and reminded me of the foreigners I'd almost ran into at Daru's shop 6 months ago. Or was it the same group? What's going on here? There are a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I wanted to know why Dr. Leskinen wasn't helping me. It's the feds! I think that might be right. Yeah. Probably CIA. I think they're American, I think. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious answer. It was Dr. Leskinen who had put me here, and Maho had captured me under his orders. But I didn't want to think about that. Where are we? Where are we? So all I could do was a stupid question like that. I was right. You truly are a treasure trove of information. Right now, you're as valuable as the President of the United States. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a self-satisfied smile. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. I was getting more suspicious of Dr. Leskinen. Am I imprisoned here? It would be more accurate to say you're under our protection. Once your value becomes clear, there will be a lot of people coming after you. Did you order this, Dr. Leskinen? That's right. I made the decision. After hearing about your information from Mao. Where is Heyyo? Resting in her hotel room, I'd imagine. Did Heyyo become my friend in order to extract information from me? That wasn't her original intent. In the end, that's how it ended up, though. And you, too. Were you nice to me because you were after something? Just who are you? Now, please calm down. I've told you before, haven't I? A scientist must remain calm at all times. Excitement is only allowed when the experiment is a success. Instead of feeling calm, Dr. Leskinen's attitude was pissing me off. He's pissing me off. I felt betrayed. There was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as I gritted my teeth. Dr. Leskinen ignored me and gave a brief order in English to the other men. They left the room. Only Dr. Leskinen and I remained. Now then, Lindalo, I'll tell you about my other job. Your other job. It was then that I remembered the other world line that I'd been sent to. Shimoyama had told me that an American organization had demanded that I be turned over. Are you with the CIA? The NSC? To be honest, Okabe is kind of a bozo for falling for this again after the other world line. Like, he should have had enough information to avoid this. But I guess he's not really used to these sleeper agent or whatever Maho had. He's not really used to like whatever they did to the brain stuff to have them do that, right? But he should be used to betrayal. But Dr. Leskinen only chuckled. Don't compare me to those idiots. They're just a bunch of useless government employees. Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? Strategic Focus? I've heard of them before on a conspiracy theory site that the old me used to read all the time. Stratfor? Stratfor! I remember reading that they'd acquired top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation. And at the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtain information about the warring countries faster than anyone and spread it as needed. The world's government supposedly called them the Shadow CIA. You work for Stratfor. But I thought you were the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute. That's my real job, of course. By the way, I often run into people who tell me the exact same thing. They tell me that all humans are just monkeys that murder each other. The human brain are the development of the neocortex and what give rise to crazy religions and crazy ambitions, and that's why there are wars. But every time I hear that, I think to myself, that's stupid. It's nonsense. Who could believe something so silly? Oh, what's up, Sia? So, why do humans fight all these useless wars then? Do you know, Linthalo? It's because of information. All human beings are a part of a certain community, a certain colony, if you will. The voice you gave him is so accurate. Thank you. He needs this. I hate him right now a lot, though. Bro works on Shadow Agency as a side hustle. It's not even his main job. He's like, damn, I love being at the Brain Science Institute. That's my main job. Shadow government agencies? Ah, that's a side. I do that on the side. That ain't me. That ain't like me. Each individual thinks he's acting on his own, but in fact, all of our brains are connected by the information distributed by our community. And thus, we are forced to live as members of a herd, whether we like it or not. By the way, Shadow CIA is crazy, because the CIA already works in the shadows. Yeah, but then their reputation got turned into the buffoon pack. So they needed another Shadow CIA. I mean, because Stratford isn't treated to exist, you know? Like, they're on conspiracy sites and conspiracized about, but they aren't announced to exist. Well, the CIA is announced to exist, so that's why they're a Shadow CIA. And thus, we are forced to live as members of a herd, whether we like it or not. Let me give you an example. Well, as examples go, it's not the best, but... The worst massacre in history, which was carried out by a certain European country, did not take place during the dark ages of the witch trials. It was halfway through the 20th century, in a time when the atomic bomb already existed. And the country that carried it out was one of the most civilized on Earth. We'll leave the question of their leaders' sanity to the historians, but... What about the people who were actually on the ground doing the killing? Were they simply murderous monkeys? No, they were people, like any other you might find. Speaking as a brain scientist, I'm certain that if I were to examine one of their brains, I'd find nothing wrong with them at all. But once they received the wrong information, their brains became capable of murder without remorse. The wrong information. This is our job. We are in the right, and anyone who does not obey is evil. That information. What are you trying to say? There needs to be someone who can control the information given to these fragile things we call brains. No! Me, what I want to do to him right now. And that is the ultimate goal of the strategic focus. As I am in complete agreement with that goal, I work as an agent for them in addition to being a brain scientist. Remember when we just had to deal with CERN? You remember the good old days? Do you understand? I don't. That's just the kind of monologue a villain gives in the movies. In the end, all you're doing is selling information for money. You said I'm a treasure trove of information, right? Who are you going to sell information on? Who are you going to sell information on the time machine to? I guess if the CIA is an underwater submarine, they would be the shadow of that. Yeah. Or you could just call them a deep water, even a low. You could call them the submarine that goes even lower. I was thinking this, but he's basically the Braun of the season. You're right, huh? He's huge. He's a secret agent. You're right. He does fit the categories. And Kagari is Suzuha. No, Kagari is Amane. Suzuha should still be Suzuha, right? No? I think Suzuha should still be Suzuha, right? Say that again. And Kagari is Suzuha. So Kagari should be the... Wait, did I say Amane? I meant the Nei. Kagari should be the Nei. Bronze daughter of this season. And Suzuha should be the Suzuha of the season, right? Right? No? That makes sense to me, right? Maybe? Maybe? Because, I mean, the time traveler should be helping Okabe, right? As opposed to going against Okabe? I think? I hope? Maybe? Drug? Okay, fair enough. Who are you going to sell information on the time machine to? America? China? Or the war zones in Africa and the Middle East? All of them. I think I changed Okabe's voice a little bit, but I think I'd probably prefer this voice for Okabe. Luskin shrugged his shoulders and quietly laughed. It's just like nuclear weapons. Every nation needs them to act as a restraint against the other. Time machines aren't like nuclear weapons. No one even realizes if they've been used. The whole world might change without even the person who used it knowing. There's no way to restrain their use. The world will just keep changing and changing, and no one will know which country, with no one knowing which country altered the world line or how. That's right. A time machine is a far more delicate thing than a nuclear weapon. That's why we need your power. All of you people, I should say. You called it reading Steiner, as I recall. It seems to have the same symptoms as the new encephalitis. That's right. Leskinen was researching the new encephalitis too. So using that power, you'll know if the world line changed? Feels cringe. Real. We reached the point where we realized that the patients may be capable of detecting changes to the past. But we wanted proof. So does every intelligence agency in the world. They're desperately searching. I hated myself for not realizing the possibilities sooner. I'd always had the wrong idea. I thought that the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. I hate him too. Same! I mean, I guess we're meant to hate him. He's the villain, huh? He's the actual villain that we hadn't had because our villains have always been organizations. Oh, and Moeka. But mostly organizations. I was naive. Too naive. Leskinen and Stratfor's goal was to gather people with reading Steiner to study them. Mo just told me all about your amazing abilities. I had originally just hoped to get information about Kurusu's successes. But instead, we got information on the new encephalitis. You are wonderful. I was talking about Okabe for not putting the dots together. Oh! That's fair. Okabe was a little busy being depressed about murdering Kurusu, though, you know? This puts us a step ahead of the rest of the world. And why didn't you tell me about this sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have had to do so many things to your friend Katsumi's brain. What? He did what? Katsumi Nakase. Do you mean Fubuki? Uh-oh. Birds? Yeah, I wouldn't have had to use the procedure on Maho's brain either. Even Hyajo? Was that why she was acting so weird? She's your assistant, right? She respected you. She looked up to you. How could you use her in a human experiment? It was necessary to acquire information that will benefit all of humanity. And there's no need to panic. Both Mao and Katsumi will survive with only minor impairments to their brain functionality. You're insane! For the first time, I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. I couldn't believe that this was the same man I'd respected so much. If we investigate the brains of patients who've contracted reading Steiner, I'm sure we'll learn more. Minor impairments? Dude, he like brainwashed them, I guess? Hello? If we sell that in a set along with the time machines, we can maintain the military balance of power across the world. We can avoid war. I want your cooperation too. Leskinen's mannerisms hasn't changed a bit, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as like a mischievous child's. Kill him, Fade! I'm tied to a chair, Finn! I can't kill him! As much as I want to kill him. Hi, Finn, how you doing today? Kill him! I'd like to! As soon as I get the chance. You tricked me, didn't you? You approached me just because I was friends with Kurisu. You tried to get information about Kurisu from me. I don't think I ever tricked you. Bite the ropes! There's zip ties! And he's watching me! It was a coincidence that we first met. It's true that a major reason I asked you to test Amadeus was your relationship with Kurisu. But it's also true that as I got to know you, I really did take an interest in you. Hope you're doing well today, Finn. I still wish you could be my assistant. But that's a separate matter. Remember what I said. You're as valuable as the President of the United States himself right now. Hearing a lot of excuses. I want to see results. Maybe soon. I need to prioritize the company's work over my private feelings. Bite the ropes. Zip ties. For the sake of humanity's future peace. I'm sorry, Linthalo, but at the same time, I'm excited. I can't wait to see all the information you possess. Cat! Go to hell. I'm going to take a copy of your memory data. Your memories are going to be used in the Amadeus system. Interesting idea, isn't it? That way, even if you die in an unfortunate accident, your memories will remain. You're a cat now. Slash the zip ties. If I'm zip tied with my hands, can I slash them? Because the slashy paws would be gone and restrained, right? Cat buff! But that one wouldn't work, right? No? Wrong. And then if I'm a cat, I can't reach either. Can cats reach? Actually, I guess cats could reach. Huh. Oh, don't worry. I'm not interested in killing you. Don't question our logic. But I am. I already did. It's too late. Now you have to explain. Now you have to do a proof. Humans have far weaker security than Amadeus. Once they taste pain, they'll gladly share information to escape it. What? There's no way he spawned a cat to shoot it. He's so sick. Don't think, but I'm thinking. I'm thinking. It's too late. I'm stuck in thinking. Their security when it comes to keeping secrets is practically non-existent. Wander killed Fade. No, he spawned in a new cat to kill. That's why the meow came first. Torture doesn't work on Amadeus, which means it will be far more difficult to deal with than you. The only reason I'm taking the memory data is to have a backup. Even if, for example, you were unable to endure the torture and went insane. In the near future, we'll be able to download your memories back into your brain. You attended my lecture, so you know this, right? We'll start by getting that memory data. And then you're going to tell me all kinds of things. We're going to be busy. Now, relax. Otherwise, I can't extract the data correctly. Leskinen, you! Don't make that face. No one is coming to help you. This place is under Stratford's control. No one knows about it but us. No one. Okabe's screwed, right? Normally Suzuha kind of bails him out of this type of stuff, but there's no shot she knows where he is. I was too stunned to think. There was nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered that I was fated not to die until 2025. If no amount of torture could kill me, this was literally hell. Maybe if someone changes the timeline? Maybe. But currently the only ones with that capability would be the Russians. Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shut out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. It made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would make her headache worse. Oh yeah, that thing that I thought they would do to Kurisu. They did to Maho. They did to Maho instead. Brainwashing? She could hear a voice mixed in with the noise. It was Dr. Leskinen's. Listen, Maho, you need to find out Okabe Linthalo's secret, no matter what it takes. They rewrote her code. Oh, but the real her, and not the fake her. If you can't, I'll have to kill him. You don't want that, right? You seemed to really like Linthalo, didn't you? Me and Kurisu kept bringing it up, after all. Even if you weren't interested in him originally, you couldn't help but think about him. That's how the human mind works. And to save him, I want you to find out what he knows. If you do that, I'm willing to bring him to my lab unconditionally. He gaslit her into liking Okabe! Oh no, it's Jover. It's cooked. This love triangle is just built on lies and trauma. Mo, tell me everything you learned from him. You could say his future is in your hands. The voice and noise were extremely unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. She couldn't hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning of the words. But it didn't matter either way. Maho had done something terrible to Okabe Rintaro. She'd sold him out to Dr. Leskinen in Stratford. The voices! And the fact that she knew it just made her guilt worse. She wanted to disappear from the world altogether. Maho? Mayuri? She was on a busy street in Akihabara in early summer. She was leaning on the side of a building in the shade when she heard someone call her name. I knew it was you, Maho. Mayuri. She didn't expect to see Mayuri here, so she didn't know how to respond. She just looked back and stared. Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. The voices people arrive! Is that you, Maho? Ubu? Live Mayuri reaction to seeing Maho breaking down. Have you seen Ocarine? Huh? Maho went completely still. Mayuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice. Why? Her voice was shaky. I haven't been able to get a hold of Ocarine since yesterday. He hasn't gone home, he hasn't picked up the phone, and he's not answering text messages or Ryan. Daru says I'm worrying too much, but something doesn't feel right. So I left school early today, and now I'm searching around here. It was still only July, but it was pretty hot. She'd been wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat. Mayuri Shina was a pure, kind-hearted girl. That was the impression that Maho had. She would never betray someone or get jealous or let someone use her. Do you want to know? Huh? Mayuri leaned forward. Maho, do you know where Ocarine is? If you know, please tell me. Please. She bowed deeply. I see. And then she realized, and then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Rintaro Okabe. A dull pain ran down her temples. Is now the time for this? Strong piano. You seemed to really like Linthalo, didn't you? She could hear the noise in her head. Just tell Mayuri everything. And then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better then. The idea raced through Maho's mind. Even as she knew it was wrong, she tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth. I was with Okabe last night. Late last night. Where are you? So, where is he now? Maho ignored her question. This is what he told me last night. No. He told me about another world he'd experienced where you, Mayuri Shina, had died again and again. Don't tell her. No matter what he did, he couldn't save you. You can't tell her this. To escape that nightmarish loop. To save you. It's like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth. Okabe sacrificed Kurisu. He let her die. That's what he told me. If he makes a time machine and tries to save Kurisu again, he'll go back to all of that. You're hurting her. But the words didn't stop. Okabe is so afraid of that. He's doing everything he can to protect you. This is the world he chose after sacrificing many things to protect you. I'm sure he didn't tell you any of that, though. That's not true. No. Ocarine. Mayuri was too shocked to speak. She looked like she was about to cry at any instant. Strong. Suddenly, Mayuri turned around and started to walk away with slumped shoulders. Even from behind, Mao could tell she was having trouble walking straight. The truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was still in a trance. It felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It's not letting me continue. Oh, there we go. It was all out of focus, like a mirage. If someone told her it was a dream, she would easily believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she should feel worse about what she just told Mayuri. But while she realized she'd hurt her, she felt no emotion. That was probably why she was able to say something so awful. And then the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. She looked and saw it was from Amadeus, from Kurisu. She felt a small, thin needle prick her paralyzed heart. She couldn't answer it. How could she? She stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her fingers even a centimeter. It actually would have hurt less if Maho just said she was in a relationship with Okabe. You're actually right! If she just lied and said, yeah, I was with Okabe all late last night, and we were having a great time. If she did that, it would have actually been more chill. It would have been more chill. How could I answer it? She couldn't let Kurisu see her like this. But even so, it felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. But by the time she had made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. Since she was right in front of the station, there were many people around, and it would have been impossible to find her. Why did you come up to me? If you hadn't talked to me, you wouldn't have had to suffer. Not who I used to be. She looked down over the station from the overpass and whispered to herself. And then she saw someone in a distinctive outfit approaching her. They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and black full-face helmet despite the heat. She thought it might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, the people nearby were avoiding them. Given a closer look, the person appeared to be a woman. Even Maho could tell that she had incredible proportions. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. And then she came up the stairs. And then she came right towards Maho. Maho quickly looked away like the other pedestrians and tried to run away. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle suit ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered to the ground. At first, she didn't know what had happened. She rubbed her aching cheek, only then did she realize that the woman in the motorcycle suit had slapped her. "You hurt Mommy, didn't you?" She could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. "I'll kill you." Her voice was very calm, which only terrified Maho more. "The professor told me about you, but it doesn't matter. Who are you?" Because she was wearing a helmet, Maho couldn't read her facial expression. Since the visor had lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. Huh? Yes, Wonder? Looks like she's with the professor. There was no answer to her question. Instead, the woman looked up to the sky as if she'd noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow crossed the windows of the building. She could hear a helicopter. It was close. How long had it been there? She hadn't noticed it at all. And then she felt the air around her change. The pedestrians were all looking toward the station in fear and shock. After she could hear people saying things like, What's that? Are they filming a TV show? Some kind of cosplay event?" Something was going on at the station. Maho stood up and looked. What is that? She found herself whispering the same things as the others. There were 2 trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out of them dressed in camo and carrying weapons. Uh-oh. Dude, it's CERN all over again! I like how Moeka hasn't existed this whole season aside from like the start. It makes me very happy. At first, she thought it might have just been the self-defense force. But the men weren't Japanese. It was hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. No CERN, no Moeka, I guess. Same with Braun, because no CERN. No CERN, no Moeka, no Braun. The men in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a safe distance. They were heading towards the radio building. Maho had heard from Rintaro yesterday that the time machine was there. Oh. Was that Stratfor? Or Russia? Or perhaps another country's military? Were they here because Maho had told Leskinen what she'd learned from Rintaro? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another terrible headache. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. Until a moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy, but now she felt crushed by overwhelming guilt. If Okabe was right and the Third World War was going to begin here in Akihabara, it would be because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratfor. I can't believe Okabe even told her the exact... Right? He said, yeah, it's in Akihabara, at the top of the radio building. Right there. Here, I'll give you the latitude and longitude too, in case you get lost. Hello? She didn't ask for specifics. She suddenly realized that the girl who threatened to kill her had ran down the stairs and towards the station. I thought he would stop at Akihabara. I did too! And then he added in at the top of the radio building. I thought he'd just say Akihabara. And I'm like, okay, that wouldn't be good. And then he finished the sentence. Mao never did figure out who she was. And then her phone started to vibrate again. It was from Kurisu. She wanted to get away from the guilt. And so this time she picked up the phone. Maho. Kurisu. Are you okay? What do you mean? What do you mean? What happened to you? Nothing. But you're crying. Only then did she realize that her eyes were overflowing with tears. The fog over her mind was now totally gone, and all that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches. My head hurts. Especially after saying, I think I need Suzu's permission to tell her where the time machine is. He got none of that. He just went with it. He locked in. He locked in, but picked the worst possible thing to lock in on. Hello? Like, he even thought about the whole, like, I should probably get her permission and, like, get her opinion on this first, too. And then just said it anyways. Oh, Kabe. You could say his future is in your hands. He yeeted that thought. He did! She heard the noise again. Where's Okabe? What happened to him? Who cares about Okabe? You tried to kill him. I saw it. Leave me alone. I can't do that. Just leave me alone. I couldn't beat you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be better than you. You know, Kurisu. I respect you. You're younger than me, but I think you're an incredible scientist. But at the bottom of my heart, this is what I used to think. Why did you have to show up? Why do you have to come 10 years before? Wait, did I read that right? Why didn't you come 10 years before? Why didn't you come 10 years later? If it weren't for you, I would have had a more peaceful life. Then these awful feelings wouldn't take control of me. Everything I thought I knew, you destroyed. And even though you're dead, you're still with me. I want to just be sorry that you're gone, but I can't. You're still this wall that I can't overcome. And my pride and stubbornness get in the way. And the man I trusted the most took advantage of that to betray me, and I betrayed a friend who trusted me. I can't even think straight anymore. So leave me alone. Maho. She was getting far too emotional. Normally she'd never behave like this, but she couldn't stop herself. What are those noises? What do those mean? Crazy saying leave me alone to a phone. Leave me alone! Doesn't hang up. But yes, wonder. She heard an explosion in the distance. The people around her started to scream and panic and run. The flames from the explosion were coming from the direction of the men in the camo had gone. There's no way. Did they do it? The helicopter sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of their dark, agile bodies had flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a little while now. And then she started to hear loud gunfire. Banana! Tanks! There's no way! Why do I have these emotes, and why do they line up so perfectly? It was more than one or two people shooting. There was a battle going on between many people, taking place here in front of Akihabara Station. It was like the beginning of a war. If what Rintaro said was true, Suzuha Amane might be near the time machine, and she might be caught up in the battle. She wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit too. She started to stagger forward, but she still didn't know what she was planning. But she needed to take responsibility for what she'd done. The elevators in the radio building were broken. Mao had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. But maybe the power had been cut off, because the lights were off too on every floor. She could hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floors above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course there should have been customers there. But despite the fact that the elevators weren't working, had they all evacuated earlier, or were they all hiding somewhere and waiting for the terror to end? That was what she thought about as she sweated her way to the top. Up the stairs! What am I adding in? Just before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. Stop, mommy, mummies! She was sitting on the stairs, cradling her knees. For some reason, her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's voice. Her head seemed big and round in the darkness. It was a moment before she realized that it was a full-face helmet. That was when she realized it was the woman in the motorcycle suit from before. Sup, mommy? Where are you, mommy? I don't know what voice to give her, but I guess probably a more mature one, huh? She seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. All she did was sob and cry for her mother. Hey, what's going on? Mommy, where are you, mommy? Tell me! She shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. But she didn't even stand up. Mommy's gone. Time machine was destroyed. The time machine was destroyed? Who's your mommy? Oh no. This seems bad. Is it Suzuha Amane? No. It's Mommy Mayuri, of course. Mao's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri. Mayuri's here? If that was true, she would have come here after what she'd learned, after she learned the truth from Maho. I was really hoping I was wrong. Damn, you said it's Jover and everything went terrible ever since. This might be your fault, actually. This is just like when you predicted Mayuri to have the worst time in the original Steins Gate, huh, Wander? You did it again. You did it again. Truly an art form. Canon event. It's just the same thing, isn't it? Dude, it has been so bad, though. Since? Like, oh my god, everything is going so poorly. It's my fault. Maho put her hands to her head. If I hadn't said that, Mayuri wouldn't have... The woman in the motorcycle suit stood up and approached her menacingly. That's right. You got the information out of Rintaro Okabe, and that's what began all of this. Give me back my mommy. The girl grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. There wasn't anything she could say. Sob, mommy. When she didn't answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground crying. Things would be so much easier if she had just killed me here. Her mind was in such chaos that she couldn't stop herself from thinking. She couldn't stay calm at all. And the last thing she clung to was... Kurisu. I wonder if Mind Control Maho could beat Kagari. No shot. Kagari was gapping Suzuha As a child, there's no shot adult Kagari wouldn't. Kurisu. Maho. The AI made from Kurisu Makise's memory data. Maybe she was still thinking about their last discussion because she seemed upset. She wasn't saying anything, so Maho gave up the last of her pride. Kurisu, what do I do? Too much has happened, and there's nothing I can do on my own anymore. At least, I want to take responsibility for what I've done. And then she realized that she was still being proud and corrected herself. She asked herself, what do I want to do? I want to save Okabe. I want to save Mayuri. I want to apologize to both of them so they'll forgive me. And Kurisu, I want to save you too. So help me, please. You're asking me for help. Kurisu's eyes were wide. That's right, her pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisu for help before, and it was the same with Kurisu too. And knowing Kurisu's personality, if Maho asked for help, she'd use every bit of brain power she had to give it. Come on, tell me! You can give me some solution, right? That's why they said Kurisu Makise was a genius. She was a woman who made the impossible possible. Maho who waited for Kurisu's answer. The last hope, the last thing left in Pandora's box. She waited for Kurisu to give her the answer. But it's impossible. Maho was struck dumb for a moment. Then she realized how selfish she was being and hated herself for it. She expected too much of Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. And just a few moments ago, she'd been the one who rejected Kurisu. Yeah, you're right. Mao's compromised, though. For information on Okabe's time travel stuff, you know? She's not compromised on anything else, right? It's a workaround. A solution. Yeah, you're right. Of course, that's what you'd say. I'm sorry, Kurisu. I was so horrible to you. And then I stupidly thought you'd help me unconditionally. I'll help you unconditionally. What? What did you just say? I can't turn down a request for help from you. And I want to save Okabe and Mayuri Shina too. But then... I'd love to help, but... Unfortunately, my help would just make things worse. I'm being constantly monitored by Stratfor. Constantly. Whenever I'm talking to someone like this, all the information is transferred to Stratfor. There's a hidden function in the Amadeus app that does that. Crazy! Constantly monitored. Even Maho hadn't known that existed. So, if you try to help Okabe, Dr. Leskinen will know all about it. Kurisu was compromised too. Amadeus was, I guess? Sorry, Wander, you gotta put brackets around that Kurisu. But then what do I do? But if you're willing to take advantage of that, there's something we can do. Maho, will you trust me? Maho? Yeah. You're all I've got. Thank you. By the way, I'm sure this conversation is being monitored as well. What? But then, if they know you're helping me, there are 3 possibilities. They could take my data off the server and isolate me, or overwrite my data with an older version of my memories. In the worst case, they could delete me entirely. No! Don't worry. You're capable of standing up on your own 2 feet. I'm worried about me. I'm not worried about me, I'm worried about you! I'm nothing but data, but thank you. The Kurisu on the screen bowed and smiled. I'm proud I was able to work with you, Maho. What? Don't talk like it's the last time we're ever going to see each other. Well, it might be. I hate you. You always do this. You always go and leave me behind. But that's who Kurisu Makise was. When Maho had asked her for help, both she and Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why. Someday I'll catch up to you. No, I'll surpass you. Just you wait. Yeah. Kurisu smiled once more and disappeared from the screen. Mao wiped away her tears and swapped the crying girl next to her on the helmet. How long are you gonna keep crying? You want to save my Yuri, right? So help me. Help you? First, we need to find Okabe. He should be able to show us how to get out of this. But do you know where Stratford's hideout is? I don't. Neither do I. But Maho grabbed the girl by the hand and helped her up, then raced down the stairs. I don't know, but my friend is going to help me find the answer soon. She told me to believe in her. Kurisu Makise wouldn't betray me. Oh, dust particles! As soon as she left the radio building, she got a message on Orion. The gunfire was continuing as she hurried away, she looked down at her phone. Okabe is in the basement of Tokyo Denki. I just learned this now. I followed their monitoring to find their location. Take care of Okabe for me. Teach that damn pervert of a professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. When she read it, she smiled despite everything that was going on. Thank you, Kurisu. Imagine being like a bystander in the middle of all this gunfire, debris and everything, and just looking over and seeing Maho smiling, and you're just like, what the? What the? Thank you, Kurisu. Thank you. She clutched the phone tightly to her chest, but then she quickly changed gears. I found the Stratford hideout. Tell me where it is. Tell me where it is. I'll go there and kill everyone inside. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. But for now, she had to cooperate with her. There was no way she could get Rintaro back from Maho on her own. Wait. What? I think they mistranslated that, because we ain't getting Rintaro back from Maho. Let's go. She needed to take responsibility from the future for the future she'd created, to avoid that cruel future. Mao ran through the streets of Akihabara, where a war was already beginning. Oh, back to Okabe. A voice. I could hear a voice. Okabe. Someone was calling my name. I slowly woke up and turned toward the voice. Sad? Please, I can't unsee it every time they show his portrait. Okabe. Ma was standing in the darkness. She had a smile on her face that was somehow lonely. and somehow sad. I'm sorry. You're not going to see me again. If I'm around you, I might betray you again. Listen, I know this is selfish, but I want you to do something for me. Please find Steins Gate. While you've been captured, something terrible has happened to the world. Mayuri and Suzu are both missing. Kagari and I went to the Stratford hideout to save you. Kagari died there, but she took several of them with her. Kagari died?! Dr. Leskinen was the only one to escape. Huh? Kagari's dead, I guess. Amadeus was deleted too. This is all just too much, isn't it? But now you're our only hope. Please, I know it's horrible to just leave this all to you, but Please reach Steins Gate, no matter what. Okay, Okabe? Farewell. Was he asleep all this time? Maybe? Maybe the brain scanning thing gave him something? Yajo! Oh, never mind. I guess he was asleep. I woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of the hospital. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. Nah! Huh? The rooms and even the halls outside were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so there were blankets placed on the floor. Where was I? I thought I was back to the other world line with the war, but I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. A special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage, and it was like something out of a war. The incident had come to an end, and the mystery special forces unit disappeared. But many were dead or wounded after the battle. I didn't really remember how I got here. The last thing I remembered was being locked away. The last thing I remembered was being locked up and horribly tortured by Dr. Leskinen. My whole body ached, in fact. Okay, Okabe. Farewell. Kagari died? Ah! And then I remembered what Maho had said to me in that dream. Is that real? Maho had saved me? And had she mentioned Kagari? I patted down my pockets and found my phone was still there. The app's gone. I tried to call Mayuri. If that dream was real, Mayuri was missing. But that was impossible. I'd chosen this world line so that Mayuri would survive. If nothing else, it was guaranteed that she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today in 2011. Mayuri, answer me! But no matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand and leave the hospital room. You could just walk out? Okay. I went to the roof. It seemed I was at the Ochanamizu hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. Ghosted? There's no way. You're an actual sicko. The morning sky was amazingly clear. I could see Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising up. I shivered at the strange sight. Even from here, I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Teeter had prophesied. I tried calling Mayuri again from the roof, but nobody picked up. My next move was to call Daru out of desperation. Bros when GF doesn't respond in 2 seconds. The girl has like 0 context and he just speaks sometimes. An actual sicko. First time yapper. More like a long time yapper, am I right or am I right? Mods, feed him some rocks. Mods, feed that man some rocks. Get the context. There's too much context. First time, last time chorker. He would be a last time chorker. He would be that. He would be that. Hello, Ocarine. Daru. Good, you're alive. You too. I'm glad you're safe. Things were surprisingly quiet by the lab. Where are you? Where are you now? On the run. I left Akihabara. I see. I I've gotten in touch with both Ferris, Tan, and Luca. Both of them say they've evacuated. Hey, Ocarine. Daru runs! He evacuates. I can't find Mayushi or Suzua. And the time machine was completely destroyed yesterday. There's nothing left, not even a piece of scrap. Things are moving so much faster than Suzua told us they would. It wasn't a dream after all. While I was unconscious, she'd said her goodbye. Hey, Daru. Am I not allowed to live a normal life? I was ready for this to happen. I'm the one who chose a world where the Third World War occurred instead of Steins Gate. But I never thought I'd survive and everyone else would die. Have a good luck, Brooke. This isn't fair. What's up, Synchro? How are you doing today? I don't think I asked. Were the laws of God never going to forgive me no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the Wheel of Fate? If it was, then why not just curse me? I'm going to make a time machine. Daru, I don't have a choice. I can't let it end this way. What are you going to do, Ocarine? The smoke was still rising over Akihabara. Thanks for asking, Fade. It's go. All right, I regret asking. Cinema. Daru's locking in. The smoke was rising over Akihabara. I stared at it in shock. The tears welled up. I fell to the ground. I didn't have the strength to stand up. I couldn't answer Daru's question. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much work to change things, everything converges back to the way God wants it. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. I'm so tired. Need to sleep a little. There's still a few years before the Third World War really begins. There's 14 years before I die. I'll live my life averting my eyes from reality and not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. That's the only end that's fitting for a person like me. It's pain setting up my mic for the 6th time. Are you doing it again? Is it your mic or is it the volume mixer thing you use that's specifically causing the pain? I'm sorry, Maho. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry, Kurisu. Forgive me for giving up here. Probably all that jorking. What?! This is your fault, Wander. Huh? What is on screen right now? They look like credits. They look like credits, Wander. That can't be. I know. They're saying company names and people names and everything. They seem like credits, you know? Production progress? That sounds like something credit related. Graphics? That sounds like something credits related, right? Arts? Surely it's a fake out. Yeah, Wander. Any second now. Any moment now, right? Those are fake companies and fake names. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that sounds totally real and accurate. They're all just fakes. Totally. Totally sounds right. 100%. Waiting for the reveal any second now. Yeah. Just gotta get through all these fake companies and everything. What's that say? SAT. Science Adventure Team. Wow. Chiyomaru Studio. Isn't that the company that released this game? 5PB. Isn't that the publisher? $1.143688. You're mistaken. Oh, okay. Gehenna Stigma completed. Extra was added to menu. CG library, sound library, movie library, tips, new item. Huh. This looks like the title screen. It's a fake title screen? What do you want me to do here? New game? This seems the same. No? Sure! I've seen this happen a bazillion times. 1.12. The hatch opened. Bright, where was I? My eyes narrowed. Well, this is the same. Deja vu. Well, we've been there. Help? Help. Not the type of help I need. Extra. Tips? Not what I needed. CG library? I seem to be missing a few. Unopened. I can't open them. Let's get a guide, I guess, and figure out what's going on. Let's see. Steins Gate 0 guide. On December 15th, you will be given the option of turning off your phone. As soon as you reach this point, please save. What? Did I not answer enough phone calls? Starting from... Not the phone again? I think it's the phone again. Just a chill guide? Oh! There's no way. There's no way, dude. So I think I got soft locked into... From the start of the game, I got soft locked into this route. There's no way. There's actually no way. There's no way. From the start? From day one? That's crazy! Cloud! There's actually no way. Dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. The route names are abbreviated to avoid spoilers. So I want to do that. And then that. And then that's how I already got this route that I'm supposed to get. Okay. So now what they want from me is to turn off my phone at point A, which is December 15th. Dude, do I have a save for this? Maybe the quick loads. They're meant to save me from hell. They're not saving me from hell. Resets? I don't think they're helping, actually. I don't think they go back that far. Right. This also only goes to... What date is this? Maho. Oh god, how do I skip? I need the date. I need the date. I need the date. I need the date. The date? The date, please? One date, please? One date, please? I can only see the date when I'm Okabe, huh? This actually is just reset. Yep, no, that's right. Boy, I love visual novels. Please! Let me go! Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, explosions. Blah, 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 blah. Give me the dates! There's no way I picked the most doo-doo save. Okay, okay, wait, stop, stop. It's December, it's the December 5th. Okay, well that won't matter. Shoot, do I go from here or do I... Okay, no, I can salvage this. We're just gonna do a save state here. That won't matter for now. Let me go figure out what X-Day protocol is. I'm Suzuha. Of course I'm Suzuha. This must be Christmas. No, this has to be pre-Christmas, right? This is pre-Christmas, right? Please, please, please be pre-Christmas. Why do I always not save on Okabe? What's wrong with me? What was wrong with me? Please? It's December 21st. All right. So you have to go here. We have to go here. This is just a message, right? Oh. Oh well. Keep zooming. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru. Okay. So I need to ignore this call. I ignored Chris's call. I'm sure she'd complain later, but there were some things. Okay, cool. Perfect. Vacuum cleaner, and I asked myself, is this future gadget? Okay. This will just keep going, so we can just skip through this. Oh, what? Get him out of here. Okay, this is the same thing. Can I not skip? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I have to get past the seed if I want to skip, huh? Okay, wait. What date am I looking for next? Wait. I'm still looking for January 15th or December 15th, aren't I? Whatever, it should be fine. The route you get will receive certain calls. Several points you will ask to save to keep progress of. Okay. Neat. There's a lot of routes in this game, apparently. So we're looking for December 15th and January 23rd. On December 15th, I'm supposed to... no. December 15th and then January 2nd. I'm supposed to, on December 15th, turn off my phone. And on January 2nd, I'm supposed to try and ignore calls from this point on. Okay. Okay, sure. Can I use the skip button again? Okay. Alright, we wait. Noted. Yes, note that down. December 15th. Okay. Start the app.
What?
Ah, Misper, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. If you don't know me, my channel is Fadelessword. Most videos very Fadeless. I stream Dragons Fridays, art mentioned videos, platform reviews, all the RPGs and other things as well. And I stream both on Twitch and YouTube, and that's pretty much it. Welcome in. If you haven't already, you can go check out Misper. They tend to do a lot of shooty games, but I've been going through Elden Ring as well. You can give them a follow by pressing the follow button at the top of chat or the link in chat as well. How is your stream, Misper? How is the Black Ops 6? We're currently... I soft locked myself. I'm trying to unsoft lock myself. Was fun? Let's go. Glad you had fun. Wait, we got stuck in an ending, and now I'm trying to get myself out of the ending. Call was from Kurisu. Hung up probably mad. She was just an AI. Was just a program, wasn't Kurisu. Didn't even play Elden Ring today, was only COD. Yeah. But well, I mean, what if your recent playthroughs has been Elden Ring? But hope you had fun with COD. I'm glad you had fun. I'm trying to get out of softlock hell. Also, if you need to take a break, get some water, head to bed. It is all good. Please be sure to do so and take care of yourself. Bit of a tryhard. Hey, let's go. Hey, winning is never bad. Why didn't he turn off the phone? Do I have to manually do it? We're going back. I need it, so see ya. Have a good one. Take care. Do you think any of the quick loads saved my life? Have a good night. Sleep well, sleep well. This one? How do I say no? How do I hang up? There's no way. 'Cause he auto picks up. Hello? He picks up on my behalf. Just don't. I'm trying. He picks up on my behalf. Steins Gate 0 route walkthrough. No, 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 no. Okay. Fair enough. How do I avoid this canon event? Many events were so hard to play. Dude, I'm going back to shooters. What the heck? I'm tired of thinking. Don't turn your phone off. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, who? Turn your phone off. How do I turn my phone off? I don't get it. Did I miss something? Do I Google how to turn my phone off? Decide to start the app. So he auto calls. He goes through the voices. The call was from Kurisu. I hung up, mad, just an AI, Kurisu's anger, blah blah blah, don't treat Kurisu. Just the incoming call was enough to trigger a flashback in my mind. I could see an image, I should turn off my phone, this was getting bad. I couldn't even stand up. Half a year and things are like this, even I was surprised. I resisted the impulse to throw up again. Just turn off the phone. I seize it! Off! Off! Did it not work? What? Off! Off! The phone went silent. I slowly stood up. If Lukiko saw me like this, he'd worry. I should get out of here. I was staggering a little, but I could walk. I felt very thirsty. Okay, we're good. We're safe. I'm free. Okay, so now... Oh? Wait, what? Wait, does this always happen? This is new. What? I'm sorry, where am I? I'm sorry, what was this called? A stray... Okay, I don't know why I read it as stay strapped. I honestly cannot answer you why I read it like that, but I sure did. Okay, so I turn off phone, and then on I will do... There's no way. And then on January 2nd... Ignore calls from that point on, but I should save on January 2nd. Okay. The sky was red, black, dotted with columns of thick black smoke. There was so much rubble, I couldn't find a place to stand. Screams, gunshots, and the stench. Everyone in the world knew what the smell was. It was a smell of burning. Houses, buildings, cars, motorcycles, trees, grass, and humans. It was the smell of all of them burning together. Something thin and black poked from between piles of rubble. It was a hand. The hand, unmoving, stretched up toward the sky. No, that wasn't the only one. Everywhere I looked, I saw hands, legs, and heads. Parts of what were once human beings were strewn across the ground. I heard a distant gunshot. A shout. Silence. Nothing changed. Just one more body lying on the ground. The world was ending. And at last people understood. This wasn't the afterlife. This was the real world. Hell. Yes, that's what this was. This was hell. Okay. A stray sheep. Gah! The world twisted and warped. I felt horribly dizzy. Sometimes my vision would blur for no reason, but this was nothing like that. It was like my mind itself was being wrung apart. Like the world itself was changing. Deja vu? I knew this feeling. This was... Alas, the color came back to my vision. All the shouts of the pedestrians and the noise of the passing cars came flooding in at once. Ocarina, are you okay? You're sweating bullets. Do you not feel well? Oh, no. Fubuki and Kaide. The two of them were still standing in front of me. They looked worried. Had I just gotten dizzy for a moment? I'm fine, really. Thanks for asking. Okay, we'll be going now. I'm looking forward to the party. They said their goodbyes and walked away towards the station. I watched them go, only halfway paying attention. What was that? None of the passerbys noticed me standing there. They were all experiencing time sequentially, as one connected moment after another. But I knew what I just saw. That's right. I was the only person who understood it. That feeling was reading Steiner, which meant that the world line had changed. I shook my head and tried to get the idea out of my mind. It was impossible. The world line could only change if someone had altered the past. I'd only seen world line changes after I'd sent emails with the phone wave named subject to change. But I'd destroyed the phone wave, so that could never happen again. I'd sacrificed Kurosu for it. But then who did this, and how? What if someone had made a device identical to the phone wave? Oh, this is kind of new. Mayuri. I need to see if Mayuri is safe. I'll call her right now. If the world line change meant something terrible had happened to Mayuri again, just imagining it made me shiver. That couldn't happen. It wouldn't. That's what I wanted to believe, but I couldn't help but remember all the times I'd seen her die in the Alpha world line. For now, I needed to get in touch with her as soon as possible. I want to hear her voice. What do I do? Call? I can't make calls past January, or I can't pick up calls past January 2nd. But why not just call her now? I picked her name off the contacts list on my phone and dialed. I could hear the sound in my ear. There was no sign of her picking up. 7 seconds, 8, 9. Each second made the fear worse. I could feel cold sweat drip down my back. 12 seconds, 13, 14. I kept calling and praying away. Eventually, after a minute of ringing, the electronic sound suddenly cut off. Tutaru, it's Mayushi. Mayuri, is that you, Mayuri? It's really you, right? Ocarine, what's wrong? The relaxed, easygoing voice I heard most definitely belonged to Mayuri. I was so worried. I kept calling and you didn't pick up. Oh, sorry. My phone was in my bag. Not at all. Nothing had happened at all. Do you need something? No, don't worry about it. I was just feeling nervous. Nervous? Where are you now? Are you with someone? I'm going to work. Until when? About 8 p.m. I see. Got it. Will you come to see me, Ocarine? No, I'm busy today. I can't. I'm going to the lab after I get off work. Oh, let me press A. Sometimes this game soft-locks me in dialogue. Okay. If I can go, we'll meet up there and I'll walk you home. Really? That's rare. Bye. Work hard now, okay? I hung up. Mayuri was safe, which meant that the world line change probably had nothing to do with her, not that I could let my guard down. Or maybe that was just a daydream, and there was no world line change at all. It seemed awfully realistic for that to be the case, though. Just to be safe, I turned on my phone again. The icon was still there, in the same place it had been the last several times I'd used it. I felt a little hesitation, especially after what happened. Could I really contact her after that? But I decided it was important. What? Did you forget to say something? Chris's voice was the same as ever. You're not mad. Mad? Why? Because I just hung up on you, so... You already apologized for that. You already apologized for that just now. I'm not the kind of person to keep getting mad after I've forgiven someone. Just now. That's right, you called me back, didn't you? Called back? I did? It was only 7 minutes and 43 seconds ago. Did you forget? I apologized. To you. Are you okay? Kursu was evidently telling the truth. She didn't look like she was lying, at least. What happened? Your expression's totally different than it was a moment ago. Huh. Maybe the world line did change. No, I'm fine. I didn't remember that. I remember turning off the phone, but I didn't remember anything about her calling her. The Amadeus Kursu back after that. The old me would have insisted that I was right and that she was mistaken. But now, I wasn't sure. After all the different pasts I've experienced and all the sadness and pain I'd gone through, even 6 months later, I was still exhausted. What had really happened and what hadn't? What was right and what was wrong? I wasn't sure anymore. I just didn't want to think about it anymore. Character development? Well, yeah, because he's depressed. The past, the future, the fate of the world. I wanted nothing to do with it, with any of it. You're not looking so good. Shouldn't you call one of your friends or go rest somewhere? Okabe. Hey, Kursu, can I ask you something? Do you know what I was about to do after I called you just now? Sometimes less confidence is good. Wonder? I don't think there's a situation where less confidence is good. I don't think those exist. Nah, you're wrong. All right, give me 10. You're going to meet with Dr. Leskin and Maho, right? You're supposed to talk about me? Evidently, my memories match hers in that regard. I see. Should I tell Maho about you and Vance? I'm fine, really. Sorry to worry you. Don't push yourself too hard. I don't want to be the last person you ever talk to. That's been left as an exercise to a reader. Wonder you're gonna be turned into an exercise bike. I chuckled bitterly and ended the conversation. Match the few days of memory, not like this, which meant that even in this world, even if the world line had changed, nothing had changed nearby, where I could have seen it. There was no problem, or at least there shouldn't have been a problem. It's possible that the moment of dizziness was just that a result of mental illness. Experiencing those same sensations brought back my past trauma and caused my memories to get confused. Maybe that was it. The phone wave didn't exist, so there was no way that past could have changed. That's right, that was all. I kept telling myself this as I went to see the professor. Alright, it should start skipping again, right? I met with the professor and Maho in a hotel room. They did? No. Nuh-uh. So then, Lintalo, you say your communication with Amadeus is going well so far. Okay, this is gonna be the same, isn't it? He asked to stop talking to her. Is this gonna be the same? Wonderful. She has emotions. Oops. You know, the professor quickly left the room. Christ, Kurisu first and now the professor. Why do they want to make everything about love? I got that right. A little worried about my Yuri. There's no way. Okay. Small ornament that was decorating the door. Come to think of it, it's almost Christmas. Okay, I think we can start skipping? Impact when I open the door. Wait, this is a whole different route, isn't it? So doesn't that mean stuff's gonna be really different? Should I not be skipping? Shrug? I don't know. Kya! Oh, sorry. What does the log say? The log? Let's see. Like anything new? It looks like he didn't talk about giving up Kurisu, right? Let's see. Met, so then Linthalo, your communication will blah blah. Do you find yourself getting closer? A bit. A bit, you mean a lot? I'm talking to her so I can tell. Quite friendly, I see. A love interest. You don't need to shout, so she's an AI, right? It's precisely because she's an AI, she has emotions. The question is whether machines have emotions, and ask away Amadeus. How this was designed to mimic the human brain? If so, yeah, it doesn't look like he gives up Amadeus in this scenario, where last time he's like, I want to stop testing. Evidently, he was about to leave. Lukiko looked at me apologetically for some reason, blushing a little. Only Daru and Lukiko were in the room, no signs of... I'm glad you're home safe, I would have missed... Were you waiting for something? Yes, but it's something important. He brought us some steamed manju buns. Someone gave them to me. Can you share them? I see, thank you. Hey, Lukashi, you're good on time, right? I don't remember Luca here. I think this is new, because I don't remember Luca at all. Is this the happy ending we've been waiting for? We got a sad ending, and now we're soft-locked in choice hell, Omu. Whether to pick up or not pick up the phone. Start to fidget. We're having guests visit at home tonight. Guests of yours? No, guest of my father's was asked for some reason. Normally he brings people over who have the same hobbies as he does with them for a long time. It's just too complicated for me to understand, so I usually bring tea. I'm not sure why he wants me there. Always miss the calls. Well, some routes lock me out if I miss calls, and some lock me in if I miss calls. Look at those family ran a Yanabayashi shrine. Evidently not. Last time he was here, Ariake and something of the humanity. I don't think this is important enough for me to care. I hope. Suzuha shows up, and then this should just go the same. Was looking for someone. It's not like that. Oh, but Okabe is here now. And now they'll know about, and now he knows directly about Kaguri. Strange way to put it, I glanced over at Daru. Actually, there was another girl in the time machine who came here. Okay, now Okabe in this scenario is here and they talk, and now you know about Kaguri. Okay. So that's the difference. Now he knows about Kaguri. Hello. Chris's expression was as self-satisfied as ever. Why are you calling at this hour? Nothing, I just felt like talking. Did I bother you? No, not really. Talking to you is good for me, you know. It was an AI after all. When NPCs talk about what they have for life, real! I'm like, I don't care! You met with Maho, right? Yeah. How you doing though, Omu? What did you talk about? What? What? I just gave her my report about our conversations. Is that all? You didn't invite her anywhere? Are you still going on about that? You better not tell that to Hyajo. She'll get mad at you. Is your big chance? Other things matter? Hey, question, what's the best way to find a missing person? That sure came out of nowhere. I'm chilling even though it's hot. Ooh, take care. Hot sucks. Some friends and I are trying to find someone, but we don't really know what to do, you see. Tell me the details. She leaned forward, suddenly interested. She was a really curious girl. Well, you can't say anything. I'm not the only one involved, but I really can't help. I can't really help like you like this, though. Good old, ooh, 31. You're right. If you could just give me your general thoughts. Well, the best option is to go to the police. That was obvious, then to the correct answer. Or a private investigator, possibly. Or look at old newspaper articles, but I guess you've already been doing that. I don't know about that. You don't know. You're trying to find someone and you haven't ever even done it. Hot and humid. Ooh. You can taste the humid. The AC is working again though, right, Omu? I just heard about this today. I'll find out later. 87.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh! And Suza didn't have personal documents. Okay, so they're just finding Kaguri. And using Amadeus to help for that. Any luck? Blah, blah. Welcome in, Miss Pangoro. I hope I said your name right. Welcome in. Please correct me if I said your name wrong, but welcome in. I hope you're having a good day today. Thank you for the follow. I am so confused, but I think I'm gonna we'll keep going and cooking. And I think we can just summarize the things until it gets important. It is, but if I turn it on later, my electricity bill. You know what? That's fair. But also get out of the heat, you know? You don't have to deal with the heat. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. On to the National Diet Library. Okay. Call me Kit Kat because I'm going to change it to Brown Eyes Girl. I see. I'll try to remember that. Well, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I'm dealing with it. I have the fan at level 1. Level 1? Oh, well, surely you max the fan. What? Nothing. Question mark? Okay, this looks like it's gonna be entirely different now. I'd call Kurisu without even realizing it somehow. Hey, you seem even more tired than yesterday. You okay? Cheering on that fan. Is that how I look? I can hardly feel it. Omu, just max the fan, Omu. Omu, please. Look at it. Welcome in, Kit Kat. Hope you're having a good day. And thank you for the follow. I'll try to remember. I'm really bad at remembering, but I'll try. Your tones dropped lower than usual. I see your conjunctiva are slightly swollen with blood, too. Were you looking into that case you told me about yesterday? Yeah. I told Kurisu what I'd heard from Suzuha and Daru and what I'd found at the National Diet Library. You dummy. If that's what you were...
Conjunctiva.
Conjunctiva? No shot. You dummy. If that's what you were trying to do, you could have just asked me. What do you mean? Shrug, there's no way. I can access the network and research anything that's on the internet, you know. Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten. She was an AI that existed inside a computer. So something like this would be easy for her. Want me to give it a try? Can you do that right now? It won't take much time at all. Alright, give it a go. Sure, give me a second. Kurisu fell silent on the screen and didn't move for a moment. Maybe 30 seconds later? You done already? I searched the network and nobody named Kaguri Shina has been involved in any incidents or crimes since 1998. I found 3 people with identical names, but given their age, they're almost certainly not the girl you're looking for. If you want, I can send you an email with their data later. No, that's fine. When I stopped to think about it, even Suzuha would have been able to do a search for a name on the internet. And what Kurisu was saying was almost certainly right. The Kurisu Makise I had known was always right. I think that's all I can do now, then. Now it's up to you to do what only you can do. What can I do? Go gather information about the place where she disappeared. It's the ultimate in analog method, though. I guess you're right. But if it was my only option, then that's what I had to do. Meow? Ocarine? I spun around when I heard a voice behind me. I knew it was you, Nya. What were you doing out here, Nya? Paris and... Hello, Okabe. Huh? It's rare to see you two together. This is definitely new. Yeah, 100%. Okay, I guess we'll read through it. This game's never ending. We just happened to run into each other over there, Nya. And Luka Nya was carrying a heavy load, so I decided to help her. I decided to help him, Nya. I took a closer look and saw that Lukako was holding bags in both hands. If you added in what Ferris was carrying, it was quite a lot. He was trying to carry this all alone. Lukako. Hey, excuse me. Did you just hear something? No, this isn't. I quickly hid the smartphone behind my back. Hey, are you listening? Hey! There it is again, yeah? Is that who you were talking to a minute ago, yeah? No, this is... It shouldn't matter if they found out. Hey, wait! But I still felt guilty, so I closed the Amadeus app. Were you on the phone, yeah? Oh, I was just asking acquaintance for some advice. Advice? So that was it, yeah. When I saw you from behind, it looked like you were mumbling to yourself, so I was a little worried, yeah. Did I look like she needed to worry about me? But well, if she saw me talking to my smartphone in a place like this, I guess I can understand that. Anyway, if you're in trouble, you should just come over. You should just come to Ferris, yeah. That's right. I might not be able to help, but at least I can listen. Thanks, really, but it's nothing. No, wait a second. Both Ferris and Lukiko have lived in Akihabara since they were born. And both of their families held important positions here. Maybe asking them wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. I'm actually looking for someone. You're looking for someone? I told them I was looking for a girl who had gone missing 12 years ago in Akihabara. Of course, I didn't need to tell them that she was from the future or that she was Mayuri's daughter. I'd be really interested in knowing why she went missing, yeah. Sorry, but I can't tell you that. Meow. They're bigwigs. Actually, I knew Ferris was, but I didn't know Lukiko was. I think only Ferris is a big shot. But as for Luca, I think it's not that she's a big shot, but more so that he's what's the word I'm looking for? He's just been around a long time. And his family owns a shrine, and that's why. Thank you for the hydrate, Lunar. Welcome in. I think it's just holding a shrine makes you kind of important in Akihabara, probably. Because there's only like 2 shrines? Is the shrine important? There's only 2. But their shrine was the smaller shrine that not many people visited. If you could ask if anyone has an idea, that would be a huge help. Got it. I'll ask Kuroki, yeah. Kuroki was her family butler. I'd met him several times. In the same way that Ferris naturally looked like a maid, Kuroki just naturally looked like a butler. Come to think of it, it was rather strange for a maid to have a butler for a servant. Oh, and I'll ask the masters at Mayqueen, yeah, and Squared, yeah. I'll ask my father, as well as our parishioners. Thanks, that would be a huge help. Both Kuroki and Lukiko knew oh my god, I'm losing it. Both Kuroki and Lukiko's dad knew a lot of people, and they had a far better chance of finding someone than we did. I hoped they could at least find some small clue. Okay, did I get it? Anyway, Lukiko, what's with all the stuff? Oh, remember how I said I had guests coming yesterday? One of those guests is going to be staying at our house for a while. They'd gone to get the things they needed, yeah?
Parishioners.
Hey, I got it! Parishioners. If they were a guest of Lukiko's father, they must be fairly old. And from what I had heard yesterday, they probably had some unique hobbies. That's rough. No, it's actually kind of fun. Fun. Lukiko shared the same blood as his dad, so perhaps he had some latent interest in those hobbies. Don't get too into it, okay? Huh? Okay. I gave him that warning, then went to leave. Well, I tried to leave, but... I've got it. Look, Nyan, you okay? You're not even walking straight, Nya. I'm fine. This is nothing. Have some tea if you like. No, I'll pass. You've got guests, right? That's true, but I couldn't bear to see him struggle like that, so I carried his bags to the shrine with him. Ferris had gone back to her cafe. You know, I have no idea how you expected to carry all this stuff. I've gotten a little stronger lately. I've been doing the sword exercises you gave me, Okabe. Sword exercises. That was the training I'd given him when he told me he felt too much like a girl. Seishin Zanma's school, huh? It's so stupid I couldn't even laugh. I'm sorry. Thinking back, okay, I'm just gonna... Luca, are you home? Luca, are you home? I could hear his dad's voice from their home behind the shrine office. Yes, I'll be right there. Okay, I'll be going. Right, thank you, Okabe. Luca bowed deeply as I left Yanabayashi Shrine. On my way home, I thought about what the two of them had said. Anyway, if you're in trouble, you should just come to Ferris, nya. That's right, I might not be able to help, but at least I can listen. I didn't realize until after they'd spoken. I had gone to Kurisu before I'd gone to anyone else. I'd brought up the app and started talking with her before I even realized it. She wasn't the real Kurisu. But that voice, the way she acted, all of it reminded me of Kurisu. All of it brought back the emotions I tried to hide. There was an incoming call on my phone. It was from Kurisu. She was probably there to complain about me hanging up on her earlier. This should be fine to pick up. I can't choose. Okay. That would be just like Kurisu. But I didn't answer the phone. I wasn't allowed a choice there. I didn't answer any of the other calls that came that day either. The United States of America, California. Christ! Why do I have to report on this? Why do I have to do this report? The reporter, Jessica I'm changing your voice, had rushed to the scene at her director's orders, and she was pissed off about it. She dreamed of Hollywood and even been in a movie once, so how did she end up reporting on this crap? Stain's entrance. Mods, just crush the skull. You're the one who said you wanted to work, no matter what it was. I did say that, but still. I'm giving a bratty failed actress a chance to do something productive with her life. I expect gratitude, not complaints. What do you say? Einstore. Crush your own skull too. Or what? Are you going to give up on the job and run away? You never see anything through, you know. You keep that up and you're going to lose custody. Albert store. Itsura, get out of here. She hated herself for not being able to say anything. Her stupid pride got in the way. She had dreamed of being a Hollywood actress, but all she'd gotten was a small part in a B-movie. B-movie? It had never gone anywhere after that. Then she had a kid and come back home. Still, she loved her kid. She wanted to make sure they were taken care of, no matter what she had to do. So, where is it? Behind those bushes. She went into the bushes, and there she saw it. Several bodies, all brutally mutilated. What is happening here? Huh? Holy! Aim for the bushes? Well, not if these are in the bushes. 5 scientists have gone missing this year, and 3 of the 5 were believed to have been researching artificial intelligence. The authorities believe that the culprits may be radical religious fundamentalists who oppose the development of AI. And now we'll go live to the scene. Jessica? This is Jessica Edmond reporting live from the scene. The bodies found this morning were initially believed to be human, but police investigation later revealed them to be chimpanzees and orangutans. But the bodies are all missing their brains and parts of their heads. Police are warning locals that a maniac may be on the loose. Okay. Me and gang after a night of drinking. I don't believe you to be a person who does that. Who goes drinking. I just don't believe. Yeah, I don't drink. I just meme. Yeah. You know, I kinda assumed, but you know. Let me be? No, they're dead, Hitsura. I'm starting today. Your life, not mine. Hey, Okabe, you got class after this? Wait, we've never seen Okabe in school. Nope, I'm done for the day. You want to go get some food somewhere? Doctor? You just want curry again, don't you? Kitchen Tokai? I got a bit of an extra bonus yesterday, so maybe I'll splurge and go to Mondai. I'll pass. I'm a little tight this month. Okay, maybe next time then. Sure. I was talking with my friends after class. I really started to get used to this. Oh. I thought beef curry would be less sweet. I never had it. Before the summer, I'd felt really out of place at school, but now it didn't seem so bad. Back then, I thought I was special, but now I knew better. As long as you make the effort to fit in, you can find a place to belong. People can change. No, they change whether they want to or not. Is it Japanese curry? Huh? I don't know. I haven't had that either. It was too late now, but I learned something about myself. It really was too late. Anyway, time to go home. Huh? Yeah? Oh. I see. Interesting. There's no difference between beef curry and Japanese curry. They're the same. As I headed for the exit, I realized that I recognized one of the people passing through my field of vision. The Japanese do like things on the sweeter side. Do they? I guess I can't think of like a spicy dish or something, huh? Maybe. Like omelets? That was Dr. Leskinen. My college went out of its way to attract exchange students, so it wasn't unusual to see foreigners. But still, he's gone. I don't like eggs being sweet. Omelet with milk. Well, your issue was milk. I like sweet ketchup with omelets, so I kind of like it. I hurried after him, but the person I just saw was already gone. Was I mistaken? Come to think of it, the professor being here wouldn't be strange. Banana or ketchup, we don't have that. Our ketchup is slightly acidic, but it's a little bit sweet. Does milk really bring that much sweetness? It's just meant for spice reduction, if anything, right? Not sweetness. Kinda, but it also made it fluffy. Oh. He might have come to meet with my advisor, Izaki. Izaki had always wanted to get to know him. Next time I see him, I'll ask. I glanced in the direction he'd gone and then left the school for Akihabara. When I came out of the turnstile, the radio building was right in front of me, like always. What would smell good as food, but bad as anything else? Egg. So, sulfur. Fish? No, because raw fish doesn't even smell good, so. Honestly, anything with a sweet smell that's not on food is kind of sickening. Aside from when it's food. I don't pay attention to smell when I eat. Honestly, same. But I think that's just because it naturally builds up 70% of your taste. Smell accounts for 70% of what your taste is, so it probably just naturally does it. The time that Suzuha had used to come here was probably still on the roof. Even if people didn't go up there as often, it was still amazing that no one had found it after so long. Of course, that was still all thanks to Ferris. Is 60%? Oh, he corrected me on my percentages. Wow, Hitsura. Good for you. 3 claps for Hitsura. Cool. For a better experience, exhale through your nose when eating. There's no way. That sounds like suffocating. I wasn't trying! Is that really a better experience? She rented out the roof of the building and sealed it off. Of course, I hadn't come here to look for the time machine. I got messages from Lukako and Ferris after I'd left the lab last night. We were both wrong! What, is it less or more? There's no way you Googled it. Both of them had asked and neither of them were able to get any useful information from me. It made sense when I thought about it. If there was a missing persons report, somebody might remember the police doing something, but there wasn't. Because the food passes through your nasal chamber? I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's on 3 different lines of thought. 80 to 90. Ah, okay. I think it's 80 and not 90. Food smell. Yeah, but you corrected with you added in the in between line of yeah, because the food smell passes through your nasal chamber. So I don't know if that's on the exhale thought or the inhale or the smell thought, Hitsura. I don't know which thought line you're on is the issue. Just trust me on this one. Oh no, I trust you on the percentage. I just don't know what thought line you're on anymore, Hitsura. Because you have 2 ongoing. Exhale. Okay. Okay. Alright, split your thoughts. What do you want me to believe you on? Exhaling for eating or the percentage? Or both? If there was a missing... I think it's because your throat is connected to your nose. That would make sense. If there was a missing persons report, somebody might be able... Someone might remember the police doing something, but there wasn't. But Ferris had said something interesting. So do you want me to believe you on the exhaling or the percentages? Or both? But I did hear about a ghost with twin tails, yeah? So when you're eating, exhale while chewing, so the food smell passes through your nasal chambers when you exhale through your nose. Meaning you can smell the added flavor. Got you. Okay. That makes sense. A ghost with twin tails. But do the opposite when eating wasabi. Yes, because you don't want spice in your nose. Yeah, that's right. Supposedly, it appears every few years and asks people if they've seen a little girl, yeah? No matter how many years pass, its appearance doesn't change, so people call it the ghost with twin tails, yeah? Would that be Suzuha? Put it in my... Ah. There's no way. That was definitely Suzuha. She would... What would she do if people knew... If she knew people thought she was a ghost? Pistachio ice cream? I held back a laugh as I tried to imagine it, and then headed for the radio building. My goal, of course, was to find information in Kagari. That was where she'd vanished, which meant that this is where I was most likely to find clues. I went around to each store inside the radio building and asked, but didn't learn anything. Of course, Suzuha would have done the same, so I didn't expect much. But that didn't mean I couldn't just... That didn't mean I could just stop. What about pistachio ice cream, Hitsura? Is there more? The parts shop. What time is it there? Guess there's not more. Almost 3 AM. The parts shop. The commercial facilities. Even the back alleys. Even after all of that, I went all around Akihabara asking people about Kagari. There's a Cars 2 reference. There's no way. I'm just gonna keep reading. I went all around Akihabara asking people about Kagari. But I didn't learn anything useful. Some people told me the same story about the ghosts and Twin Tails, but no one knew anything about Kagari. If a little kid was kidnapped or got into an accident, somebody might witness that. What is that emote? Gremlin, okay. But going missing was a different thing. If Kagari Shina vanished of her own free will, all anyone would see was a 10-year-old girl walking down the street. Nobody would remember that 10 years later. I tried to think again if there was a better way. If the police and government weren't of any use, that left someone connected to the underworld. The underworld, huh? As soon as I said it out loud, I drove the idea from my mind. How stupid. That's something the old me would have thought. I'd given that stuff up. Come to think of it, I'd run all over Akihabara looking for someone once before. I wasn't looking for a person then, but a thing. The IBN 5100. 6 months ago in the Alpha World line, I'd gone looking for the same thing that Suzuha had searched for in the past. Back then, that's right, Kurisu was with me. When Kurisu and I had learned... Dude, this route has other memories of Kurisu aside from just being stabbed? Oh my god! Look, it's Kurisu not being... You know? When Kurisu and I had learned that there was an IBN 5100 in Lukago's storeroom, we'd work together to carry the heavy thing. Pog! Don't walk forwards, then I have to walk backwards. Let's walk sideways. Thinking back, all she ever did was complain. Okay. She was strong-willed, bratty, and hated to lose, but she was still so lonely. Once again, I'd taken my phone out of my pocket without realizing it. Amadeus. I love not stabbed girls. Me too! Me too, Wander. Since I hadn't picked up any of her calls yesterday, she hadn't called at all today. I stared at the Amadeus icon for a moment. Then I put my phone back in my pocket. When I got back to the lab, I saw Daru was completely exhausted. There was no need to even ask why. It was obvious he hadn't found a single clue. Even Suzuha had been doing this for over half a year, so her face didn't betray her emotions anymore. Daru didn't even bother asking how it went. He could probably tell from the look on my face. When you stop to think about it, Suzuha's been working pretty hard at this. We amateurs aren't exactly going to find something new on our own. Daru said what I've been thinking, but trying not to say. He looks so much better wearing this than what he wore on the dates. You don't like his tank top? That's so messed up of you. Thanks for helping. You don't need to waste any more time on this. I'll keep looking on my own. Suzuha evidently had no intention of giving up. No! Wait a second, Suzuha. What I'm trying to say is... I can't let you guys keep working so hard at this. What happened with Kagura is my responsibility. Don't be silly. If the kid's responsible, the parent's responsible, duh! Dad. Hey! How was that? I think I was a pretty good daddy there. If you want to hug me and tell me how much you love your daddy, go right ahead. Ha. Watching these two always gave me a strange feeling. Cringe! For a while after they first met, they were complete strangers. And now they were father and child. And age-wise, they were exactly the same. Maybe I could understand how Suzuha was feeling, but I had no idea what Daru was going through. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is just searching around randomly isn't going to get you anywhere. So what are we supposed to do? You ask someone who knows the stuff. The best way to handle this is to go to a specialist. A specialist? Imagine treating someone the same age as your child. Isn't that like a kink? Stare? Yeah? What's up? What is? Imagine treating someone the same age as you as your child. Not in that way. Oh. 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 Maybe. The way to do this is to talk to someone who knows the underworld, duh. I realized he'd come up with the same idea I had. My head hurt. You a freak? I'm just telling you the truth. And if you can't handle the truth, Hitsura, how about you go inhale wasabi? I must end lurk. Thanks for letting me lurkies. Have a great rest of the stream. Have a good one, chef. Sleep well, sleep well. Hi, Misaharu. We're reading a sharp twist or curve in something that is otherwise straight. Huh. Do you know someone like that? Don't underestimate your daddy. He may be an otaku, but he's well known in certain circles. Well known for being a tub of lard. Don't make fun of me, man. And anyway, are you serious? Do you really know someone with underworld connections? I'll see who we can find. Before Suzu or I could respond, he took out his phone and started typing a message to someone. Was he serious? And was text messaging the preferred way to get in touch with the criminal underworld? I know a guy. What do you think, Uncle? If someone like that really exists, it can't hurt to ask them. In fairness, being a hacker was a pretty underworld sort of occupation too. If I knew someone like him, it was quite possible that the person he said he knew really existed. Okay, sent. Now we just wait for a response. Oh. Already? Huh? It's back already. Kind of fun being the guy someone knows, I guess. It is a little bit more work though, because you're the in-between. Yeah, says she's on her way. She's pretty fast, isn't she? Better than slow, isn't it? That was true. That was true. Dara was sending another message. He was probably telling her where we were. Now all we had to do was wait for her arrival. And then the phone rang. Oh god. Lukako. It's not January 2nd yet, so I can't answer calls. Burgers or pizza? Honestly, I just like both. But it's kind of whatever I'm in the mood for in between, I guess. So like if I'm not in the mood for it, it's kind of iffy. Kind of depends. Burgers? Pizzas can be more filling and you can store them for more days. You know? So you get more food. But I guess a good burger. I don't eat either enough to have a preference. That's fair. But I feel like a burger is more flexible taste-wise than a pizza. You can do a lot of stuff with a pizza though. Like you can do ranch sauces instead. You can do different types of sauces. You can get 2 burgers for like $1 here. Oh, that's good. Normally it's like $5 to $10. Hello, Lukako. Oh, okay, babe. Sorry, are you free right now? I know, but is it more than a burger? Similar, I'd imagine, actually. Yeah, what's up? Actually, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. Something you wanted to talk to me about. Can I come over now? Now? Is it something you can't say on the phone? Yes, kind of. Right now. Would it be okay to leave this to Daru and Suzuha? Sorry, someone's coming over now. I was interested to see what kind of person Dari's friend was. I see. Can't wait until after that? I've got something to do later. I see. So, how about... Just as Lukiko was about to say something... It's a lot harder to fumble making a pizza? Or a burger? More mid-pizzas than mid-burgers? Fair. This Luca plotline is going crazy! Us ignoring them? I heard sharp footsteps coming up the stairs, and then a knock. Come in! Alright, I'm convinced. Burgers over pizza. I just like the convenience of having leftovers for multiple days, honestly. Because a good pizza hits harder than a good burger. Sorry, Lukiko. She's here. I'll talk to you later. And then I stopped. What? The person who opened the door. It was... her again? Moeka. The footsteps gave it away. Alright. You know what? Ah! I am gonna call it there. I am tired. My back! Hi, tired. Alright. Eat rocks. Wiggle. Alright, let's find someone to send y'all to. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with Undertale Genocide route. But we'll call it here for tonight. Eep it? Yeah, me too. Let's see. Who do I even send you to? Let me send you to Sky, because I haven't rated Sky in forever. And she's playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Wait, your sponsor's mobile only? Yeah, mobile only. Buy us burgers. No. Buy yourself burgers. You have them for cheap. Alright, I'm gonna send you to Sky. Who is... yeah. She's a virtual cat girl. She's playing Monster Hunter Wilds. We've rated her a few times. She's super nice, super kind. Be nice over there. And yeah. You can get us 10 burgers for $5. Get yourself burgers. Again. What's the sponsor? King of Avalon. If you download using this link on mobile, and then do the goals, it helps me out. So it's cool. But yeah, only if you want to. Thanks for the raid messages. Those are our raid messages. If you don't have my emotes, you can buy them for 80 channel points or a sub, whichever you feel like doing. Yeah, be nice to Sky. I'll get burger money. Thanks, Hitsura. I had a burp. Very quickly, I gotta do thank yous. Thank you to Meow for the offline follow. Thank you to Yusei Yuka for the offline follow. Thank you to Chef for the 6-month resub. Thank you to Chef for the sound alert as well. Thank you to Misper for the raid. And thank you to KitKat for the follow as well. I'm gonna be live tomorrow. We're gonna do Undertale Genocide route. I think we're getting to the big fight, right? So that'll be something. But yeah. Are you gonna be sleeping early? Today? Probably. I'm really tired. Bye, Wonder. Bye, Hitsura. Bye, anyone lurking. Bye. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna probably go to bed. Probably. Bye.